bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Pocahontas_Zaw screamed. 10 biddies.
Hello, motherfucker.
Guys, I wasn't ready to start. My Genshin is currently like loading. Wait, let me show you. My Genshin is loading! It's updating! But you guys are making too much noise in the chat. Hello, hello everybody! Hi Llama, hi Pocahontas, and also Mao. Mao was first today. Welcome Mao. Welcome Hooded. Welcome Pocahontas. Sorry, your name is Pink. So my brain was like Punk. Pocahontas. God damn it. And Llama. How you doing? How's everybody doing? It is Wednesday, my dudes. I had to check. So I have pretty shitty load shedding today. I am gonna be doing a shorter than I would like stream again. But I'm gonna do what I can. And thank you as well. Thank you so much, Pocahontas, for them beaties. Much appreciated. What's the plan for today, Genshin? Well, because my world is 100%, probably not exploration, but I'm gonna look at maybe some materials for Shenhe. I don't really know what else. I will find something to do, to be honest, because the streamer event thingy, I think, began today or something. Which reminds me, actually. New region. Oh wait, there's new stuff. I don't know, my game is busy updating, as you can see, or perhaps you cannot see, but my game is currently updating. So I'm actually gonna remove that one since I no longer wear the ears. Alright, so yeah, I'm still waiting. So I guess I've got stuff to do. It's an annoying song anyway. Yeah, I used to like it. You got Ham at 79? Oh, Pocahontas, I'm sorry. That's really rough. But I'm glad you got him. Did you have to win the 50-50 or was it guaranteed? I actually need to revise all of my sound alerts, to be honest. Let's see. if it isn't the bamboozlers. Hi, hi Yoda. Why are we bamboozlers? Well, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you could possibly mean by bamboozler. I have no idea. How do I... You know what you did yesterday? I have no recollection. Oh, that's a cute emote, Beastie. Do you have other Chainsaw Man? Because I actually cosplayed Aki the other day. You want to go home? Oh, Mao, I'm sorry. You're home now. Chat is home. You're here. You're home. It's okay. Hi, Despair. So, Despair, what's the game plan? What's the game plan, homie? What is my what is... Listen. I just have a question. What is this thing doing? Why is it cut off at the top? Guys, did I not play this game yesterday? Fine, be that way. I don't know what you mean, Yoda. Why are you fighting with me? What did I do? Like... Eh? Did I not play this yesterday? Why? Look at this black line at the top. And then cuts off at the bottom. Oh my god. Chat is a home, but I would rather have electricity at my place of living. That is also fair. That is also fair. How was your stream yesterday though, Yoda? Sorry I did a hit and run. As you know, electricity went off. You raided me when I was supposed to raid you. Listen, I already had your tab open for that very reason, Yoda. So before you even concocted that plan, I was already like 20 steps ahead of you. I decided that I was gonna raid you before I even started my own stream. Technically the raid would have gone to Johnny, but then he raided you. So I was like, well, there's the next person in line. So that's how that works. Just saying. Kid Thor! Don't mind me, just watching. Hello, hello, motherfucker. I hope you're having a good day. Wow. Also, Despair, game plan for the girly. You said she's back? No warning? She's just back? She's just there? Listen, I don't know why my Genshin's being wackadoodles, but I just want to fix him quickly. What did I do? Is it... Oh! Guys, I did nothing. I literally did not... I'm gonna go cry now. I'll be right back. This always happens. I do nothing. I go in, out, in, out. Well, that's a weird thing to say, but... I go in the thing, and I close it, and I go back, and it just fixes itself, and I did nothing, and it's fixed. Ah! Guys, look! There's a new boy that I'm not gonna get. But it's okay. She was just there. Oh man, that's crazy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do though? Gotta try him though. Yeah, I'll I hope Ray's not in a meeting right now. Guys. My baby's finally in the game. Look how cute she is. And I need to make a giant bunny plush. I hate my life. Okay. Oh. New boss. You're not pulling for her? Listen, no, we had this discussion already. We don't pull for 4 stars. That's not a thing. It's not a thing. It has no meaning to... You cannot pull for a 4-star. No. I'm pulling for Shenhe only. I need my tig ol' bitties. Tig ol' frozen titties. Bitty titties. Oh, I haven't finished Sino's story yet. Okay, I'm not unlocking ham-hams. Wind Snake, yeah? I wonder if someday this will change, this story thing. Yeah. BP. You're going to invite Yao Yao? Of course I am. Of course. I'm not gonna waste this golden opportunity. Oh, I want another Primordial Jadewing Spear. Sure, why not? Oh, I have so much Primos. I still need to go do my survey. Also, oh! 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 More Primos. Thank you. Oh! More Primos, thank you. Oh! More Primos, thank you. Oh! More Primos, thank you. It's someone's birthday today. Diona! Diona! Very cute food. I love her food. Definitely not bar food. Thank you. I will do my survey at the very last possible moment. Also, there's a code, guys. It's not a great code, but it's a code. That makes sense. Hi, hi, hi. I will get her. But it will be through that other thing. Mao sent it to me. I think Jargon sent it to me. A couple people sent me a code. Where would it have gone? Did Jargon post it here? I wonder if this is the same one that Mao sent me. Let me see if I typed it correctly, then I'll paste it in the chat. I don't trust myself. I'm an idiot. Invalid redemption code! Where did I fuck it up? Oh, I see where I fucked it up. We're good. Cha-chang! There we go. Someone sent me this. I don't know what it's for, but we'll see in a moment, I guess. I just want to check, did the one Mao sent me have the same... Mao sent me something as Maunin as well. Where's him? Didn't you send me something? I'm just trying to convert Mao to BTS, so... Oh, okay, it is the same one, yeah. We're good. There's the code, guys. It'll give you... a bunch of food and some money and stuff. So grab that shit. Instant. No question. No question. No question. No question. No question. Look how beautiful she is. Absolutely no question. Immediate. Immediate. Oh my god. I love her. I'm gonna die. Instant. Instant buy. Cosplay Ayaka when? Oh? Me? Couldn't be me. Could not be me. But also, I have all these primos now. Link! Did I buy the right one? I hope I did. Every time I read this, I somehow read fruity. It is a little bit fruity. But you're just as beautiful, if not more so. Nah, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Her outfit is a fucking pain in the ass, regardless. So... I have 166. I will get Shenhe, no diggity, no doubt. And I guess now starts my savings for Baiju when he comes out. So yeah, that's the plan. That's what's happening. And if Shenhe doesn't come out, then I'm gonna cry. Anyway, we're not doing any pulls today. Sorry, guys. We've got an Archon quest. No? Oh, is it World quest? Wait, is there no Archon quest? Am I dumb? What do you mean? What do you mean, Llama? What is that comment? Also, did you change your color? Or I just haven't seen orange in the chat in a while, so it, like, broke my brain. Mao is always right, except with things he knows nothing about. You see green? Oh, it's orange on my screen. It's green above my head in that chat, but it's orange in my other chat. What color is it meant to be, Llama? Because I feel like it's not sitting quite right. Where is Jargon? He's in trouble? Wait, why, Jinxie? Also, hello, beautiful. Multicolor. Is you a rainbow llama now? You're the scariest rainbow llama I've ever known. Does anyone know? Is there supposed to be a... Is it just a world quest? Or is there an Archon quest as well? Am I dumb? You've never said a color? Have you not? God, so I just recognized your name then. I perceived your name correctly the first time, every time. Okay. I'm like a little bit like overwhelmed because like I'm aware of the fact that there's new places to go and new things to do. Oh, and I can also go do the tree. Let's go do the tree. Let's go do the tree because that doesn't require much brain power. Perceive me. I do perceive you. I perceive you the most because it's his birthday and he isn't nowhere to be found. Jinxie, it's still Dudu's time. What do you mean? Let the man sleep. I hope he's asleep. You don't think there's supposed to be an Archon quest? Is there not? Oh, okay, that's fine then. Let's wake up Jargon. Let's not wake up Jargon. Let him sleep. He has trouble sleeping, guys. If he's asleep right now, let's leave him to sleep. We can wish him later, alright? We can bug him later. When he is ready to perceive the world. For now, let him close his eyes for a bit and do-dos. It is Jargoyle's birthday! You guys better wish him when you see him. Wherever you see him. You see him in a chat somewhere. Pelt him with birthday wishes and stuff. He didn't tell you? Yeah, I just kept it in my noodle. I don't have a lot of things in my noodle, but that's in the noodle. There's space in the noodle. Other things maybe not so much. I've started forcing my brain, in a way, which is like a weird way to say it, but I've started forcing my brain to remember Ray's number because I feel like it's a... You know, if anything ever happens and I need his number, I'm kind of learning his ID number as well. That one's a little bit harder. It has a pattern, but it's much longer, so it's a bit challenging. You speak almost every day. Have you ever asked him? Because I had to ask him. I was like, when's your birthday? So he told me. Hi, Aura! I am wearing shades. It's to hide my scary eyes. Everyone says it looks like I'm staring into their soul. You can take turns calling him? No! Also, Pocahontas is turning 21 on Sunday. That's so exciting. Do you have plans? At the very least, eat some good food. That's the only requirement I have for your birthday, Pocahontas. The noodle. Yeah, my brain is a noodle. Is a soft noodle. I'm doing good though, Jinxie. I'm just chilling while I can with you guys. Next, you need to learn his credit card number. Do I need to learn that? I just make a puppy eyes and he puts the number in. Ooh, chocolate cake, hell yeah. She's gonna spend it in good company, even better. Or good people, good food. That's honestly all you need. You like my creepy eyes? Chotto mate. You guys always say I have like dead eyes and it looks like I'm staring into your soul. So which one is it? I need to add that birthday thing on Discord. Yes, Yoda, you do. It's actually very useful. Let's go hoi or look, I've been stockpiling this shit. I've just 100%ed my world. They look so confused. What the fuck? I can't tell if you like it or not. Oh, look at all this. Oh, a crown for me? Oh, tasty snacks. Get in my belly. Look at all that money. Oh, I'm rich, bitch. Yeah, boy. Wow. We've got some exploring to do, nerds. You literally said you like it. I don't know, man. It's like you say you like it, but then you're like, it makes me feel like I'm gonna die in 7 days. Let's go do them 2 wishes. Chichi, please. Chichi, please. That's not Chichi. Hey. Chichi. That's also not Chichi. What the fuck? This is the scam banner. What the hell? When is it my turn? When is it my turn? When? When? Ha! Ha! Oh. Still. When is it my turn? You want to Chi-Chi? I was just saying that as a joke, to be honest. I have all of the 5 stars, so it doesn't matter. I wouldn't mind Tai Tai Con. That would be pretty cool, but honestly doesn't matter who I get on the standard banner. A weapon could be cool. Like, imagine if I got fucking deluxe weapon. Oh, that would be pretty cool. Your back hurts? Are you sitting upright? Have you got good posture, Hooded? Another Tai would be nice, yeah. Look at all my characters. Why are they on fucking life support over here? Let me just heal up the babies. You desperately need Tai and Mona. Oh man, I agree. Definitely need them. If you don't have those two. Definitely agree. You need those ones. They're so good, man. I love them. Alright, guys. I guess we just go do the world quest then. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. I'm so excited. I'm trying to contain the excitement. You guys know that feeling when someone that you like, admire, or look up to. What is this? Does that... Oh, you're joking me, guys? We have quality of life? Hello? Look, could you guys see that? Tomate, do you see the... Look, it shows it's underground. Quality of life. Oh my god. We're still waiting for underground map, but you know what? This is fucking okay, mate. This is motherfucking okay. Located in non-outdoor area. That means it's underground. Hey, yo! Thank you, miHoYo. We love you. Please give us dark mode loading screens now. I only asked for like half a year to a year for dark mode loading screens because I'm tired of being a gremlin who gets flashbanged at night. But you know, used to have shitty posture for a year during lockdown. That's basically what ruined my back again. Yes, your posture is very important. I'm very lucky because Ray bought himself a new chair. What's it called? Ergonomic? Yeah? To help with the bad postures. So I got his old one, but honestly his old one was only like a year old. I think secretly he just wanted to buy me a chair, but didn't want to do it directly. So he's like, here, you can have my old chair. And it wasn't really that old. Because I fight him if he tries to spend a lot of money on me. So... That's what the shades are for? Yeah, because the fucking light mode loading screens have blind me every time. Even my VTuber eyes are burning. Anyway, let me go get my crystal flowers first. If you guys need crystal flowers, there's 2 spots. Joggin taught me this trick. It's very useful. You take your exploration squad. And then you go 1, 2, 3. Use a tall character, otherwise you might miss them. So there's 3 here, and you come to this one. Ray is a good boy, he is. And then you come here as well. 1, 2, 3. If you're not an idiot like me, you'll get all 3. Thank you for the head pats. That's adorable as fuck. You talking about Ray? Because he's sneaky with spending money? Yeah. He's on the sly about it. There was another really good place that I liked actually the other day that I found. Oh, I marked it because I was like, I'm gonna forget this. And I didn't even name the pin. What an idiot. Anyway, you come here. There's another 3. If you need that many crystal flies. And you can do this every day. Go to the Dawn Winery. There's like 12. Yeah, but then you have to jump around and run around and... listen. No. Simply no, Yoda. I'm not about that life. I want to run into a spot and there's going to be a bunch sitting there. Like here. 1, 2. Wah! Okay, I got that one yesterday. But in any case. The point remains. The point remains that I had very little effort. If you didn't perceive me, just run into 6 of them. Easy game, easy life. I'm not going to Dawn Winery to run around an entire fucking vineyard. No, thank you. I'm gonna walk into a spot, there's gonna be a couple, and I'm gonna leave. Do you need more than 4 a day? 5 a day? Shh. Alright, C6 kitchen. Oh! Next one converts to item. You have 270 crystal flies? Listen, for a long time, I had like 3 or 4 in total. And it's gotten a lot better now. Jargon showed me those spots and now I go there every day. Wait, where the fuck? They're there. I started collecting them. I'm doing pretty good. How do you feel about your C6, Yoda? Are you making good use of her? Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Look at that, I got 9 just for coming to a spot and just pick up. Wow. Wow, no effort, no run. Stand, simply stand. That's what I want. That's how I want to collect crystal flies. Thank you very much. Alright, guys, let's focus for a second. Have cookie. Oh, speaking of cookie, Yoda, BTS ends today, hey? Did you finish everything? Did you collect all the cookies, all the skins, all the furniture? Did you collect all the tickets? Did you finish everything? Oh, also, let me just... You have not, but you don't mind? Oh no, I was just being silly. Even I couldn't collect everything. And I played that a lot. You know I played a lot. You can have the cookie. Oh! I'll have that Bebe holding the cookie. Oh yes! he wants a Hu Tao so bad. Yeah, that BTS event definitely required whale for basically everything. The only thing that I am very happy with is that I managed to get all the costumes, so... I got all the furnitures as well, I guess. But I couldn't get all of the cookies to 3-star. Which is super annoying. Because there's one song that isn't unlocked on the stage now because of that. And I'm just like, fuck! Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, this is not too long. To my best friends, Paimon and... Oh, sorry, Morgan and little Paimon. It's been a while. Hope you still remember me. How are things going for you? We're besties with Jet. Jet's the girly with the robot pet, right? I think that was her. I've heard from merchants traveling from afar and some adventurers that you've returned to Smeru, so I wrote you this letter. I'm staying at the Tanit camp right now. Thanks to you, life's good. Life's pretty good! Well, let's make the long story short. I've wanted to see you two again ever since we last parted, and, you know, show you some proper hospitality. And also, there's something left over from our previous adventure that I'd like you to help me finish. I did not read that correctly, but it's okay. This is something I can only trust the two of you with. As for the specifics, I can only tell you about it once you get here. Well, I'll see you then. I've dropped Catherine a line too, so don't you forget to come see me. I was shocked. You only got 4 of the guys in the beginning and never again. The thing is, Yoda, if you played every day and you did dailies and whatever, you probably should have been able to get something, because like there's pity at like 50 or something, and they gave out a lot of free shit in this past week. So maybe, I know I've seen some people say they weren't able to like get all of the boys, but I think you should have been able to get a fair amount of stuff by the end, provided your tickets didn't cap. I think my tickets only capped for 2 days when I was not feeling good. Bam, bam, bam. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people say like they were missing 1 cookie to finish off all of them. And I saw some people say they only got 3, and I was like, because that kind of sucks because it limits the amount of songs you can play. But yeah, I think furnitures or skins or something, you might have gotten some more things. This is not voiced? Oh man. Jet is the girly, right? With the robot? With, I don't remember what his name was. We got another hot NPC in this quest too. Who's the hot NPC? You need to finish exploring the desert. I'm 100%. I 100%ed it the other day. It was a big whale event, so I don't mind. Yeah. You didn't get RM and Jimin? Oh no! Oh, Pyro Aromites? Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I did manage to get all of the skins, all the furnitures. I can't finish the 1 ticket, the mic drop one. It is her, it is her. It has to be her, right? Jet is that other we did with that annoying scholar. I don't remember his name. Her dad and the robots. Fuck yeah, let's go. Okay. Also, I'm gonna throw this out now. I will be letting people into my world to take materials, but I have promised a friend first dibs. So Noah gets first dibs. And then after that, if anyone else needs stuff for Ham or whatever, you're welcome to come steal. Because obviously I'm not going to get him. Guys, my heart. Fuck. Okay, wait. Let's go do this. I can't. I cannot focus. Also, guys, Sky is asleep behind me and he's very cute. Should I send a picture in the Discord? Let me set up a poll for that. Should I post Sky on Discord? It's only going to be a 2-minute poll, so you guys have to be quick. Alright, the poll should be up now. Also, Mao, you got a picture of Sky this morning. What you talking about, sir? Tell me you don't know how to play this character without telling me. Wow, so embarrassing. Cool. Okay, it's done. You guys better be voting in the poll. Did you guys see what the second option was? You can't see the poll? Maybe refresh? It should be like at the top of the chat. Y'all know where the polls are normally. Oh wait, we're doing thingies. Guys, I'm gonna cry. My girlie's finally in the game. I need to make my Yaya cosplay. You can't vote on your phone? Really? Oh, what the frick, man? Oh, what the what is this? Do not understand these two characters and they put them in a team together. Oh my god. This is such a confusing, like, sample thing we've been given. Like, do these characters even shine together? Mobile Twitch has gotten worse. I have a feeling that Goyo don't know how to use their characters. These ones in particular are fucking... It's the weirdest combo, because I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them, I'm not gonna lie. Just spin to one, I guess. Because Yunjin doesn't buff her, as far as I know, once she's got geo damage. So, like, how does that work? Question mark? I don't know. Because she buffs... she buffs attack! So, it would help if her stuff scales on attack, which it doesn't. Doesn't she scale on, like, HP or something? Or defense? Defense, I think. Kaya would have been better? Yeah, it's very confusing. But anyway, what was the result of the poll, guy? Let's take a look. Oh, it was yes. Let me take a picture. Wait a second. Hey, Scrap Boy! He's awake now, so I'm not bothering him. Hello! He's ignoring me. He's listening, he can hear me. This is the worst picture of my dog ever. Because he's ignoring me, but he's ignoring me on purpose. He heard me, and he's like, "Nah, Mom's gonna try and take a picture of me. I don't want to be a part of that." Okay, we'll go do Zhao. Happy Patch Day! Hi, Rich. Rich, did you sign up for the Genshin thing? Why is he ignoring you? What did you do? I have no idea, because he just woke up and chose violence, to be honest. What is this comp, bro? Come on, man, give me peace. Not even enough ER? Oh my god. Not self-sustaining. Imagine a Zhao that can't sustain himself. What is this comp, bro? Okay, that's fine. Did you get your boy yet, Rich? Did you get the boy? You did register. Okay, perfect. As I am not rolling for the boy. I'm just going to be... I'm gonna do him first. I'm gonna do best girly last. Because I'm too excited for that. Ugh. Guys. I'm not looking forward to this. Because I've watched other people play with him. And I'm like, oh, that looks like fun. I'm gonna have the worst case of FOMO. Oh! Why did that class behind them though? Am I just bad at this game? Oh my god. Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Oh, what is this? Yeah, it keeps going behind them. I'm confused by that. Anyway. Bro. Why he attractive? No, he just fun to play. Busy pondering if I should pull or not, because the 4 stars are shite on this. Listen here, Rich, I will instant ban you. I will instant ban you. Do you know why? Do you see my yaoyaos on this banner? I will ban you. Without a second thought, Rich. You take that back. You take that back right now. I will come to your house and throw eggs on it. And I will put tinned sardines in all of your curtain railings. I'll cut your mattress open and put some tinned sardines in there as well. Yao Yao's the only one you want? Okay, we're fine then. If I could get Xingqiu, C6. Oh yeah, that's true actually. Yunjin, another one, can fuck off though. You know what? Bless them. I love them. I think all characters can be great in this game. But I don't care for either of them at this point in time. I'm not going to be rolling on the banner anyway, Sag. But yeah. I wish I could get Yao Yao. I wish I could get comms for her. She'll be great with Yae. I know. I want it. I want her so bad. But yes, Xingqiu, best boy. After Benny. Specifically after Benny. I hate that he's a fun character. Fuck off! I will get him eventually because Dendro Nation. I must have him because he is Dendro. But I'm skipping him for now for another Dendro Nation instead. I'm gonna hate this. She's so cute! I don't want to perceive this too much, to be honest. Oh my god. Gorba and the bunny are gonna be besties now? For fuck's sakes. She's throwing bunnies out! And they're throwing bunnies. Oh my god, they throw the little radishes. For fuck's sakes. Oh man. Fucking I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. I must remain strong for Shenhe. You use Yunjin to buff Yoi and Ayato, and that's the only reason you use Yunjin, and that's valid. It's true. Oh, you want to go out, my baby? Okay, sorry guys. I just need to let Sky out for a second. Don't stand in front of the door! Truly, he drives me insane. He's like, I want to leave. Please open the door. Proceeds to stand in front of the door that I need to pull towards me to open. God damn. So then I have to pull him back. And then before he can step forward, I need to try and open the door. Because he's an idiot. But Listen, listen, guys. Why is he such a fun character? Ugh. Be strong for mother. I got it. This is why I'm being strong, guys. Where is she? Be strong for mother. Be strong for under boob. Be strong for tiggle bitties. Badonkadonk. Oh, the jiggle is ungodly. But I must have it. Okay, we're good. My strength is renewed. Let's continue. Be strong for cake, but also be strong for them mommy mochas. Am I right? Everything about her. I gotta be strong. Guys, if I ever have a moment of weakness where I'm like, what if I just do 110 pull? Please tell me to just go look at Shinha again. Just tell me to go look at her again. Be like, yeah, this is what you're saving for. Save for mother. Just do 110. No, Mao, what the fuck? Can I send a clip? It'll make you very strong. Is it safe for work? Build pity? Mao, I'm gonna ban you. Wait, just for saying that. Just for saying that. No! Guys, I fucked that up. We're fine, we're fine. I accidentally went to the BRB screen. Because I pressed B. But I wasn't in the chat, so it like shifted. It's almost safe for work. Hooded, maybe post it on Discord. Okay, hold on. You'll send it here? Where other people could see it? Okay, what else is there? What else can I do to delay the inevitable? Also, I trust Hooded. Like, Hooded got given a diamond because I trust him. So it's not so much that, like, I'm just playing with him, to be honest. It's not a serious concern. I think he understands what's okay to post and what's not. Guys, I want Yao Yao. Be strong. Be strong for mother. Be strong for titties. For thighs. For booty. And she's amazing for... Listen, guys. For my girly... Wait, I have to play as my girly now, right? Just 110 pull. Couldn't hurt. No, it could, actually, Mao. It could... Well, actually, to be fair, I'm not guaranteed, so I don't think it'll hurt. But, you know. Maybe 110 pull couldn't hurt, actually. Guys, do we do 110 pull? Are we gonna be weak? Are you getting Yao Yao in the event? 100% rich. 100 and fucking billion. 3,229,000. I will be getting her. I learned how to count from my president. Look at my baby. Oh my god, my heart. Look at the little sakura blossoms on her stockings. She's got a little butterfly ring on. Oh my god. If I had to cosplay Ayaka, would I do the original or would I do this one? You used her for Cryo Noel? Wait, who? She makes Ayaka amazing? She does, she does! That's why I want Shinha. That's why I'm like... Okay, are we gonna do one pull, guys? Am I gonna be weak for 110 pull and pray that I get a Yao Yao? Because I'm gonna get another one for the event anyway. I'm not guaranteed for my Shinha. That's why I'm saving up so much. Watch the clip. Oh, Genshin's covering it. I was like, where is it? Oh my g, the jiggle. Oh my god. Oh! It's like a pudding. Whoa! Pudding cup. Oh! I had to watch it again. Pudding. Pudding. Pudding cup. Okay, let's go back to Genshin. We're just gonna do a cheeky temple. Just a cheeky temple. Please, Yao Yao. My baby! I got her! I got a baby! Look how cute she is! Ah! Guys, I need to finish my cosplay of her. She's been 2 years in the works. I need to fucking finish it. Now that I have official art, I can do it. You don't condone this behavior? I'm sorry, I was weak. I was weak for Yao Yao. I'm sorry. I was weak for my baby. Look at her. I'm sorry. It was only a temple. Guys, I got so many primos from the streamer thing, so like, it'll be fine, right? You were going to rob me of this happiness? Please be serious for a moment. Guys, first pull! Ah! My heart. Anyway, look how cute she is. What does she use? Does anybody know? I have several weapons to choose from. Sweetie. Oh, I have a really cool weapon I could put on her. Do I give her Primordial Jadewing Spear? There's a level 90 one she could use. Whoa. I honestly haven't looked at like builds and stuff, so I have no idea what she would use.
Mao read the future and saw Tato happy with her pull.
Thank you, Mel. Bad influence. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at anything. I haven't looked at her cons. Nothing. I'm just happy to have her. Look at her. Oh. Poor baby. What does she need? Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have everything. Except for the Dendro squish to do. That's fine. I'm so happy though! A gentle and caring little adult. She's a big little baby. Oh, I love her. I've had her wig for like 2 years now. I'm not even joking, guys. I bought it so long ago. So long ago. So fucking long ago. Anyway, let us continue. Woo. Now, wait a second. Does she actually have bells on this one? Because she still jingles. But I see no bells. Ayaka, make it make sense. Also, are those butterflies? Butterfly wings on the back of her vision? Oh man, the skin is so pretty. Anyway, moving swiftly along. For those of you who also want to play this and don't want spoilers, maybe now's a good time to skedoodle. I don't know, I could be wrong, I could be crazy. But you might not want to be here for what we're about to see. I thought you were going to be strong. I caved for Yao Yao, okay? Can you blame me, Yoda? I caved for Yao Yao. But also, I'm not pulling for Ham Ham. I'm not pulling for Ham Ham. I will get him another time. As fun as he looks. That is what I'm gonna be strong on. That I'm not going for him. I will not be... You pull... No! No! Not pulling for Ham Ham? I'm not pulling for Ham Ham. Oh! I'm not pulling for Ham Ham. I only wanted Yao Yao. I got Yao Yao. We're good. Fake Dendronation. Ah, it's poor Dendronation. Please be serious, Yoda. It's poor Dendronation. I cannot afford to get Ham Ham, Shenhe and Baiju. I have to make sacrifices, okay? And unfortunately, Ham Ham is the victim of the sacrifice here, so... Shem. My Ayaka needs her Shenhe. She's been waiting. Okay. Ray even made you pull on the weapon banner. He did! It's hard to say no to Ray. Whoa, bandits! How rude. Whoops. A letter? Show me. This guy, this is the same guy who, when a girl says they like playing a game, they're like, oh, well, name 3 blah blah blahs, and you're just like, what the fuck, man? Fuck this guy. Shipping Ayaka and Shenhe? No. Were you in Kai's stream yesterday? Very unlikely, Yoda. Because of the load shedding. Wait, why cry? Mao, if you want to ship them, that's fine. That's your business. I just wouldn't. It doesn't make sense geographically. It doesn't make sense personality-wise. Crack ship? Only the crackest of ships, if it's those two. One of the most crack ships I've ever heard of. Someone kept gifting him Genesis crystals for pulls. Oh, really? Oh, that's mad shit. What, was he rolling for Ham Ham? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Oh, what are these? What are those? Oh, for Shogun's weapon? Oh, that's pretty cool. Ah. Interesting. Oh! Mind your business, guys. I'm just here for the corianders. Hi, Nabibbles! I'm doing good. How are you? Oh, there's one down there. And one there. those. Are you also pulling for Al Haytham? I'm not. I can't afford it. Can I? Oh, I can. Nice. You don't know that this is Patrick thing from SpongeBob? Why are you... Yoda, why are you exposing him in my chats? This poor man, he can't even find peace here. Do you want me to ban him, Nabil? Should I ban Yoda? For you? We're here to see Jet. Where is she? My homie, my friend. Why are you looking for her? Because we're friends. Hello. She's my bestie now. She mentioned you before. Something about a brave and reliable young woman. She'd be hanging around outside for too long. To be making friends with rich people in fancy clothing. The fuck? What's that supposed to... I agree, Paimon. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I've been wearing the same outfit for the last 2+ years. Why would anyone think peace and come here? Oh! We're all a menace? It's true, actually. We troubled Emacs a lot about old stuff. Oh, no, I was joking. I wouldn't ban Yoda. He's the sweetest bean I know. She's a good kid. She is. How rude. This guy's an asshole. I don't even want to see what he has to say. He can suck a fart straight out of my asshole. In fact, he can suck a shot out of my asshole. Fuck that guy. Well and truly. That's my bestie. And he's calling me a bad influence. You don't like the load shedding schedule this week? Yeah. Okay, this... I'm glad she has a friend like you. See, this guy's pretty good. What? I don't remember saying that. Can I go in his hole? I don't remember saying that. I don't know the context for that. I don't know nothing. Consider my words but a breeze in your ear. Thank you for breezing in my ear, bro. Much appreciated. I heard you say it now. Quote confirmed. Fuck. That's not how quotes work. That's not how quotes work at all. I don't need help. Why are you asking? Ah. He has a stutter. Talks like a little antelope. Can we add anyway as a quote? Oh, there's a friendly crocodiles? Whoops. My bad, guys. At least today's a bit cooler. It is actually. It's very cool. Say Goru! Hello, thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Oh, hello. Who's this mommy? Is this the mommy you were talking about? Ooh. She fine. Look at that chicken physics, guys. Sent this the thing that happened to Jargon in co-op. Wait, what? Did you send me something? On again, Sean? Oh? What the heck? This is so rough, man. Click to continue. Alright, wait. I'm gonna watch Yoda's thing. Is this a plug, Yoda? No, I'm joking. Why is it displaying it so weirdly? What's going on here? Ah, chotto mate. Oh, I don't know why it was like that. That was weird. That makes sense now. That means I can move this one back in, probably. There we go. Pluggies? Unbelievable. Oh wait, I have to... Stop it! Let me turn the fucking sound on, mate.
Barbados for your crimes against Mondstadt. I vanquish you. Avati!
What the heck, man? What was that?
Barbados for your crimes against Mondstadt. I vanquish you. Avati! What the heck?
That was good. That was good. Thank you, Yoda. I don't know if I want to talk to this woman. She seems a little spicy. Seems a little hot. I'd hate to get on her bad side, right? She'll burn me alive. Why doesn't she have a vision, though? I'm just asking questions. Because, I mean, she's not going to be playable. She gave me very much, like, Signora vibes. This is the hot NPC? Ah. Who was the previous hot NPC, though? Oh, and she's got streaks in her hair. There's yellow and red and another red. That might just be a shadow, but like a dark red down here and yellow. Interesting. Bigabooba. Bigba donkadonk. She got the hip cutouts as well. The baby! Look at the jiggle, guys. Pudding cups. Oh man, this would have been nice voiced. Oh. She's outies, but it's fine. I hope I'm not spoiling the story for anyone. What's different? Paimon, you can't just point out that people are more tanned. Sorry, Ray brought me a snack. Do you guys know Ghost Pops? He brought me Ghost Pops. Signora? Rana? That NPC who led us into the chasm? I don't really remember her. She's a big girl now, and she apparently gets to slaughter people who break the rules. Aw, man. Aww! That's cute as hell! What happened to her dad, though? We're gonna go errand running with our bestie. Let's go. I'm ready. We're gonna feed the crocodiles. I even asked him earlier if he needed help, and he was like, no. What do you mean? To the Genshin friends, how good is your Genshin knowledge? Why? What kind of Genshin knowledge? Do you mean like lore? Or do you mean like understanding characters and builds and stuff? Or... all the knowledge? All the everything? I mean, I like to think I know a lot, but I don't know. Are you planning a quiz? A Genshin quiz? Are we gonna get eaten by these crocodiles? Okay. I'm just enjoying my ghost pops over here. A quiz or game show? Mao, it might be an online thing. Or just voice thing. You don't need an excuse to cosplay though, let me just say that. Also, Hooded, you said who are the characters that use the Vishap drops? I'm gonna be honest with you, the only ones I can think of off the top of my head is Yae Miko, and I only know that because Ray was building her. And Shenhe because people told me I need to farm it. Did I help someone fight it the other day? I don't know if there's other characters that use it, I'm not gonna lie. Even if it's an online thing? Oh, you can make a video out of it? Ah. Who else does use it? Pretty sure there's only 2 characters? Wait, really? I farmed it for Yae so long ago that I just did not remember that I farmed it for her. And then I was told recently that I needed it for Shenhe, and I was like, damn it! It says higher. Where is she feeding them from? Now it says lower? What the fuck? Am I dumb? Oh, there's a spot over here I need to go to. Lol. It sounds like fun though, Yoda. Whoa. I mean, everyone seemed to like her. They kept saying she's a good kid. Wait, did we even actually feed the crocodiles? These guys have no chill. Oh, I need to change that stream elements thing. It's wrong. I don't think I have the Twitter thing anymore. But if anyone doesn't want to follow me on my socials, or if you want to join the Discord, there's the things. Smell you later. Is it more up? Oh, what's this guy? Friends, streamers, and viewers? Nice. Are you gonna have it like in teams? Hey! Hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Johnny. How was your stream? Let's do shouty outy. Johnny, what were you up to today, friend? Let's take a look, see. Playing Genshin? You were playing the updates? How did it go? Did you get the hams? You lost your sub? Sorry, Yoda. But yes, welcome to all the raiders. Thank you all so much for coming through with the raid. Qleen, David, Grim Pixie, Of course, Johnny himself, Yoda. Seho, did you come through on the raid or were you already here? Toto, welcome, welcome. Welcome to all the raiders. If you guys don't know me, my name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer, but I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. I am currently playing the update. Talking to my bestie over here, Jet. But I like to play all kinds of things. But yeah, it's good to have you guys here. Thank you for the raid again, Johnny. Stream was amazing. Wishes were painful. You lost the 50-50 and you got hard pity. Oh, Johnny, I've been hearing terrible things about that. So many people were saying that it took ages for him to come home. Everyone over 70. Over 70 pulls. God damn. That's rough, buddy. Sorry to hear that. But I'm glad to hear that your stream was amazing. I hope your stream made up for the the painful wishing. I just did a cheeky 10 pull because I wanted a Yao Yao so bad. But I can't. I'm saving for Shenhe when she comes out. So I can't roll. I can't roll for Ham Ham, so I'm skipping him for now. But yeah, I got a Yao Yao. I did a 10 pull and I got a Yao Yao on the first pull. So I am happy now and I will chill out until the lunar event where I'll get another Yao Yao. But I need to be strong for Shenhe. I need her so badly. Oh, she's gonna be disgusting with my Ayaka, so I can't wait. You came through on the raid? Perfect. Getting lunch? Yes, yes, yes. Seho, go get your foodies. Get something to drink as well. Go stretch your leggies. Thank you for coming through on the raid. You gotta work, Grim Pixie. No worries. Best of luck. I hope it goes well. Alright, like I said, we're chatting at the moment to our bestie over here. We're chatting with our bestie. We're helping her with some things. Super nervous about Dia. You say for months. You hope she'll be nice. Is there any news on when she's coming out? And do you know if there's... Because there's Mika as well that they've started drip marketing. And I'm like, when? Please? When is... Because I want him so badly. But I don't roll for 4 stars, so I'm perhaps just going to be sad instead. You have load shedding? Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. 3.5? Ooh. If Mika's on Shenhe's banner, I'm gonna be so happy. But yes, go do your things, Johnny. Go get ready for load shedding. Whee! And anybody else, if you need us go because of load shedding, please don't worry. Go do your things. Huh? Her father's remains? Wait, the dad died? Hi! Hi, Manic! How are you doing? Ah, that's so sad! Ah. Is this how we find out? Did this happen before and I just trauma blocked it? My brain was just like, no, this didn't happen. Sold in! Hey! Thank you! 3 months! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Thank you for the subby!
Natato Yellen Rage, 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 Natato Yellen Rage.
Thank you so much for the subby, friend. How you doing? Actually, let me do this while I'm just parking ass, being a lazy ass. Thank you so much for the subby. And you also came through on Johnny's stream. Did you have fun, Manic? Are you also playing Genshin? We've got some streamers in the chat here. It's holding. Oh, It helps if you type shout out correctly. So, ah! I cannot type today. Oh my god. Ask us. We are mods. Okay, mods, please, if you see a streamer that you know, please shout them outies. Much appreciated. If you know someone in the stream. 3 months of awesome. Oh my god. Guys, I was very lucky. I got to meet Mama and Solden, and I also made Solden poop his pants by mistake. When I guys, listen, I got excited and I slammed down on the table next to him, and I didn't mean to do it, but I think about it all the time. Anyway. You still don't believe it was a mistake? I'm an excitable person. I really didn't do it on purpose, man. Thank you for your content and amazing vibes. I'm at work but wanted to come by. I hope you have the most amazing stream ever. Oh, thank you, Solden. If you need to run, please don't worry about it. But yes, thank you again so much. But yes, what a pleasure to meet both him and Mama. Wholesome, soft beans. I love them with all my heart. So yes, please guys, if you can, support the homies. You don't play it, but you have recently downloaded it. Oh, Manic, if you have any questions, even if you think it's a dumb question, I don't believe in dumb questions. Okay, I lied. There are some dumb questions, but I'm happy to help. Anything at all. Even if you just need help to do something, or if you see something you don't understand, shout! Please! Please! I will help you no matter what. I also help people with boss kills. It's small, but I like to do it. That's why you always have a spare pair of jeans. Did you bring your brown pants today, Solden? Have you got the brown pants ready? We love you too. Oh! Don't make me cry on stream, guys. It was so funny when I met Mama and Solden. I was like, hi! And then I was like, it's me, T-Max! Yeah, I feel like that's a thing that definitely happens when people don't know your face, Yoda. Just realized I wasn't subbed. So just so I don't forget again for the next 6 months. Oh shit, for realsies? Why didn't it show up? Manic, thank you! I really appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I don't know why it didn't show up. Maybe it will show up. Maybe it will pop up like another time or something. Sorry about that. But thank you. I really do appreciate that. And for the next 6 months as well. I hope that the content that I put out is something that you are happy that you did the next 6 month thing for, if that makes sense. Words are hard, but there's thank you. You met Mama at Rage or Comic-Con? It was probably Comic-Con. I don't think she was at Rage. They were a blur. Definitely. Wait, Rich, did I meet you? It was a blur, but it was also a long time ago now. Oh, not the recent ones. Oh, okay, I see. That makes a lot more sense. Because I was like, wait, you were at an event and I didn't get to see you? Huh? But I also got to meet V and Manic at Comic-Con. I got to meet a lot of people, actually. I was very lucky. I went between the cosplayers and the streamers, and there was just loads of people for me to meet. Oh! They're cutting grass. I'm just gonna mute for a second, guys. I got to meet you at Comic-Con though, Nibibbles, so that was cool. I got to meet you there. Okay. I don't know if they're still cutting or what, but we're just gonna continue with the story for now. At least there's noise. You didn't get Nintendo merch? I still have all the prints. Like, I didn't sell anything. So, I still have prints sitting around. I actually just got them back from Mao this past weekend. So, I don't know if anyone would want to buy any prints, but if we have some kind of meetup before I move to Cape Town, you're welcome to grab some. Meetup when? I agree. Meetup when? It has to be before I go. Otherwise, y'all gonna cry later. And be like, oh, we didn't get to say goodbye! And I was like, you guys knew! For a whole year! Because this always happens with people. Don't go without us. I need to take you with. I actually said this to Andy, I think last night or this morning. I was like, I need to just take all my Johannesburg friends and put them in my pocket so I can take them with to Cape Town. I can't even invite you for birthday lunch. What? Because I'll be gone? I'll be gonzos? You also want nut merch, Sejo? Just put me in your pocket. Easy. Feed me snacks. Just get older quicker? Yeah, man. Grow up, Yoda. Gosh. Toto. Everyone wants Nat merch? Apparently. I mean, I have it. I fully support getting out of Johannesburg, though. Yeah. Definitely, Rich. Like, I keep thinking about Cape Town. I'm gonna miss all the people here. For realsies. And it makes me a little bit sad. But also just... yeah. I think it will be good for me in a lot of ways. SMHing my head. Where's other V-Tato? You mean the VC face one? Not the VC face one, the Vroid one? So the only problem with using the Vroid one is that this music got drama very fast. I can't... So my graphics card is too poo-poo to run that and the other program I use for like head pads and stuff. So I can't... Because people, every time I use the Vroid one, people are like, oh, I can't throw things at your face, or I can't give you head pads or whatever. And it's like, my graphics card is too shitty. So I can't... If that makes sense. So like, I just can't run the program anymore. Because my graphics card is like, no bueno. He's no good no more. And I can't upgrade it at the moment, so... When I have the chance... When I have the funds for it, then maybe we can go back to the 3D one, but at the moment I can't. And this one just works really well. The person who's working on it is adding a lot of features all the time. So like, this one just works for me for now. It's free, it's easy to use. Maybe someday I can support the creator as well on Patreon, but for now, I have to use the free thing because it works. It's what's happening. Give us 3D Max. Oh shit. Are you gonna do Vroid Yoda? 3D Yoda? Because then you can do anything. Vroid is crazy. You wanted to use VTuber kit, but no camera? What do you mean? You don't have a camera? Can't you just use your phone? As a camera? This is a trap. Don't get older. Right, Senjin? Also, hi, Senjin. How are you doing, friend? Let me just do... Yoda's gonna shout at me, but let me just do this quick. Before he has a chance to shout at me. Wait! It's our snake friend. Hey! Well, maybe you should have done it first, Yoda. Ha! Get fucked, man. Oh wait, there's another one I can do actually. See, Yoda, you sleeping. You sleeping. That means I can do it instead. Hehehe. Hehe. Hehehe. Hehehe. There's our Toto. Hehehe. Beep boop, are you pulling for Daddy L? No, Captain Cat. I do not have money for this daddy. This daddy should buy himself. So, I'm saving up for Shenhe when she comes out, and for Baiju when he comes out. So, I'm skipping this one, but I will come back to him. I will come back to him when I have the funds for him. He looks like a lot of fun to play though. Like, I just did the trials and I cried a little bit because I know I can't have him. So yeah. Give us a Nintendo soundboard? What do you mean, Nabil? If there's a sound that you like, make a clip of it and call it like soundboard or something. And then when I go through my clips, I'll be like, what the fuck is this? And then I need to speak to Jargon and figure out how to make sounds into like sound redeem things. There's one of them. There's one of them. Let's see. Did I miss anything? You get the good shouty? Yeah. It's if Yoda's on the ball, he'll do the good shouties. I'm just teasing Yoda.
That shit
It's bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
This shit is bananas.
B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
I used to use my phone. What? Ha! Manic, it came through! What the heck? Hey yo! Pew 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 pew.
Here we go.
Yeah, boy. Thank you so much, Manic. So you're on a 2-month streak? What? Streak? 4 months though. Thank you. That's so funny that it's like it's only just come through now. It woke up and it was like, oh shit, this happened. Thank you, friend. What was I was reading something before I got a jump scare there. Oh yeah, Sejo used to use. So I even used my old phone as a webcam before as well. So yeah, it definitely works. I want to pull him. I want to pull because I reinstalled after like 18 months and my wish history is gone. So I don't know how much pity I'm on. Oh shit. God damn, it's been a long time. He voiced one of your favorite JoJo characters. Ah, interesting. I didn't really like JoJo's. I never got into it. Oh, you also used your phone as a camera engine? Yeah, I mean, you don't need anything fancy. Whoa! Whoa! Radical Rise? I don't know if I said your name correctly. Thank you! Pew! Thank you for the subby. Welcome. Welcome to the very important passes. That's what I call them on my Discord. Did I read your name correctly? I don't know, man. It's Radical Rise? Ha! Hey! Yoda! No, you guys started the hype train. Naughty beans, thank you. Hey! Money! Oh, is it Reese? Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you for the gift, Sabi. Yoda, to Senjin, to Toto. Yoda, behave yourself. Look what you've done. Thank you so much for the... Thank you for the subbies, guys. And thank you for the hype train as well. Goddamn. Enjoy the emotes, guys. I hope you like them. They're a wild mix of things at this point. Make you? Nabil, where's Nabil? Nabil, come smack Yoda. Give him a bop on the head. You guys. Please. Got a webcam for 1K, works perfectly. Yeah, even so, you don't need to spend a lot on a webcam. You do not need to spend a lot. Where? Manic!
Manic85 screamed.
300
300 biddies.
biddies? Thank you! You guys are being naughty now. Look at this nonsense. Thank you for the biddies. Being a sus master. There we go. See, Nabil knows. Starting a hype train so early in the day. Okay, so it's Radical Reese. Okay, I need to try and stick that in the old noodle and keep it there. Or perhaps I'm just gonna default to Radical if that's okay, because it sounds cool. But Reese makes me think of peanut butter cups, and now I'm hungry because I'm thinking about peanut butter cups. Do you like Reese's, Reese? But yes, also, you don't need to spend a lot on a webcam. People spend 20k on a DSLR camera to stream 1 time a year. That's true, but Yoda does stream. Yoda and I went full-time bitches this year, so, you know. I think we definitely are doing more than once a year. How American of you? Reese? Please be serious for a moment. I am South African. I am very South African. Thank you very much. Did you think I'm American? Do I sound American? What's going on here? This is all gonna go to the Shenhe Fund? Perhaps, but I'm very good at saving, so I think I should be fine. But it might go into the Baiju Fund. Let's be serious. It might go into the Baiju Fund, because I need my boy. I done did bean waiting. Hooded, you're still here? No worries, homie. Are you working hard? Hardly working. Should we get to level 3? You mean of the hype train? I think we're good where we are. Manic! No! I was too late! Fuck! Manic! I can't believe you've done this. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subbies. Oh my, the emotes. If the stream just sporked, sorry about that. Y'all did this though. Y'all did that. Y'all broke the stream. Nico, Rain Pain, Science Gaze, which is possibly one of my favorite names that I've seen recently. Dragon Spawn and Raiden Wolf got a gift subby there. Thank you so much. If any of you guys are in chat, please be sure to thank your gifter, Manic. Thank you. Thank you so much for the gift subbies. And Yoda, thank you for that onigiri down there. Manic making it rain. Well and truly, the emotes just exploded. I just realized I legit look like a shrimp in my chair. Oh my god, Hooded. Sit up straight. All of you. If you have not stretched your legs in a while, if you have not had a drink today, if you have not eaten today, get out of here. Go do those things. Please, stretch the leggies. Hydrate yourselves. Eat something. I had a bowl of Ghost Pops just now, so I have eaten something today. You need food, Nabil? It is 2:15. Have you not eaten today? Thank you for the onigiri, Senjin. Thank you. Also, Senjin, I don't know if you've tried this app out. The VTuber kit. Have you tried it? Have you looked at it? Because I know, like me, you also jump around. You have a couple different things that you use. At least I've seen different models and things. But if you haven't tried VTuber kit, I would say give it a try. It's very cute. It's very fun. You had breakfast? What about lunch? It's what you started with? Really? I wonder if I saw it then. Because I think the one that I know is the... I'm more familiar with the Vroid. But I think you also have PNG that you use. Lunch is soon. Is lunch not past? What time is lunchtime for you guys? For like people in general. Anybody in chat can answer this question because I'm curious. Because I eat like 2 meals a day. I eat at 11. That's like my first meal. And then I eat at 5, which is my second meal. And then I just have like small snacks throughout the day. Tell him, Pixie! Tell him it's past 2 o'clock. When is lunchtime supposed to be? God damn. You have lunch at 12 every day? because you have breakfast very early. You see, Toto, that makes sense. That makes sense. A template VTube Studio to test, then VTuber Kit, then PNG, and then wait. Hey, you see, it's nice to have that kind of variety though, Senjin. I like it. I like when I see people looking different. One of our friends, let me just try and remember. I never call him by his actual name. I call him by a billion different other names. But Kai, you may know Kai, or Kego as I call him. He has several different things that he uses. And I like the variety. I think it's cool. It's a little bit chaotic. I like it. 12 to 1. 1 a.m. Pardon? Hooded? Did you mean PM? Okay, you did mean PM. Okay, cool. Lunch is when I get off from work. Oh, peanuts. You guys. Yoda says lunch is anytime between 12 and 3. Yoda, please. Give me peace. You had load shedding from 12 until 2? Okay, that kind of makes sense. If you want something warm, I guess, that definitely makes sense. Dinner is normally an hour after that. Peanut, no! You guys. Oh, it's not variety, it's just the road you've gone. Ah. So you're only using Viroid now? I must have seen your other stuff before you had the Viroid then. Because I've definitely seen you using other things. I like mixing it up though, I think it's fun. Lately I have only been using the VTuber kit, and that's just because my graphics card's too shitty to to use the Viroid one now, so I'm like, okay, this is fine. I'll just stick to this. You haven't had breakfast yet? Rich? Please? Have you had a liquid of any kind, of any variety? Doesn't matter what flavor the liquid was, as long as it was liquid. You follow Kit, but you haven't been there enough. Oh, yeah, Kai. Kai is great. Kai is very chaotic. I would say if you have the opportunity, definitely get in there. Thank you guys so much for that hype train. If anyone got some new emotes, please share with the class. I want to see. Thank you guys. So we got 9 subbies and 300 biddies. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, everyone. If you did get an emote, share with the class. I want to see. I'm nosy. You're having coffee first? You've only been up for an hour? Okay, I mean, that's kind of fair, actually. That's kind of fair, Rich. You might be thinking of clips. Perhaps. I might have seen clips. You only use Viroid now, except for the Among Us redeem? Oh shit, I better check that out next time you're live. Who eats breakfast anymore? I mean, not me. Your dinner is at 10 p.m? Oh man. Listen, you guys are allowed to eat late if you go to bed late. But you can't be eating dinner and then going to bed. It's not good for you, man. You have dinner at 5? Yeah, my dinner is typically at 5 o'clock. But it's somewhere between 5 and 5:30. Imagine having breakfast. Couldn't be me. You guys. Dinner before bed is not good. Yeah, it's not good for your stomach. I couldn't tell you the science behind it. I just know that it's not good. You need to give your stomach time to do its thing. I put the volume down, but I can still hear Nat all the way in the kitchen. It's because I'm scolding these people for not eating. Is the mom voice. You eat supper between 5 and 6? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Also, it depends very much when you do go to bed. Because if you don't go to bed at like a decent hour, then yeah, you can eat late. You eat at 10, Senjin? Oh my, what time do you go to sleep though? You give your stomach time? I'm bad, and I know this, and I accept this, because I do not eat breakfast. But it's I don't know if it's a habit I picked up or what, but like I'm not hungry in the morning. I'm not hungry. Some days I won't be hungry at all. And the only reason I eat is because I know Ray will get sick if he doesn't eat, because he has like a fast metabolism. That's literally what the doctor told him. Because he went there and he was like, yeah, I have all these problems. Is there like a pill I can take to fix it? And the doctor was like, lol, no, you just need to eat more. And he was like, well, fuck. So, can't relate. Fast metabolism, can't relate. But, yeah, I have to make sure that he eats. Otherwise, he feels sicky. Like, what a nice problem, what a nice issue to have. Anyway. Beige time. Hooded. Midnight. It's 6 p.m. Oh yeah! Wait, are you done with work then, Hooded? What time do you finish work? Guys, look how pretty Ayaka is! Oh, my baby! I know you're supposed to like eat breakfast and stuff. It's supposed to be good for you. I just don't feel hungry in the mornings. And a lot of the time I only eat because of Ray needing to eat. He's like my little alarm clock for food. He's like, are you hungry? And I'm like, bitch, I might be. So I'll make something for us. You go on TikTok and you see DPS Yao Yao? How? How make DPS Yao Yao? Ooh, hello. People don't got no peace in their hearts if they be making DPS Yao Yao. But it's okay. You waiting for mommy to pick you up? Aw, little baby. Man, this place is so pretty. I did good today. Did a lot of work and then built a tiny app at the end. Oh shit! You saying that like it was just another day. I'm too lazy to do it. I intend to give the app and task to someone else. What? Is it like your... Because I know you spoke about internships before. Is it like a first job, Hooded? Is it like one of those I need work experience things and then they just work you until you are miserable kind of things, or not so much? Have they been decent to you? I want to see. I don't think I can go up there yet. I'm in the butt crack of the desert currently. Ah! Itty bitty baby. First job. The app is a bait? Wait, what do you mean? You should be doing other things? No! Nabil! What is that quote? I don't remember saying that. I don't know what you're talking about. No, Nabil! No. Oh, no. Don't be making that face, please. Give me peace. Give me peace in my heart, in my soul. Give me peace. Okay, that quote is about, you know, those, you get those candies, those sticks. Apparently there's a South African website that sells them. So you can literally send someone a bag of dicks. The fuck is that? 60 primos? Thank you, Rich. Damn, okay, I'll take that. Wow. Wow. No, that's the old one. Why didn't I copy? Copy! Thank you. Cha-chang! It's a meal task, I don't want to do it. So I'll give the app to someone and ask them to do it. Just to make it easier to do the task. Ah! Is it not something that's kind of like a... Oh, I got an achievement. Give me primos, please and thank you. Wee! Thank you, Rich! Damn, guys, if you haven't claimed that code, I'm just gonna post that on my Discord if you don't mind, Rich. Just gonna bop it all over there. And there's 60 primos. Boy! There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Also, if you guys didn't know, if anyone is still here, it is Jargon's birthday today. Be sure to wish him if you see him anywhere, wish him for his birthday. Yakos26, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. Hi Momo. Can I wake him up now? I think it's kind of like a decent-ish hour. I don't want to say he'll wake up soonish, but he could possibly be awake now. He will be hiding today, possibly. Just because I blasted him on Twitter and he doesn't know about it, I hope. Telling everyone that it's his birthday today. But you know. The world will know. I hope he's not in chat. I just realized now if he's awake. Because it's kind of an okay-ish hour for him to be awake. Ooh! Okay, you guys didn't hear me say anything. I didn't say nothing. Also, how are you doing, Momo? You're doing great? Oh, fantastic. I'm not too bad today, Yuckles. I really want the new character, but I am resisting because I want another character instead. Do you play Genshin Impact? Do you like Genshin? Didn't hear you? Momo, how are you? Are you good, Momo? Momo? There! Oh, guys. I just finished the exploration for the rest of the map, and now I have more? Oh! I'm so happy. I am so happy. You said we didn't hear you say something? Oh shit, sorry. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about actually, Momo. Sorry. Listen, the moment the words leave my mouth, I've already forgotten that I said them. They're already gone. They're already lost to the abyss. Sorry. Sorry to say. There's very few things that stay in the noggin, and my current thought is not one of them. The current thought leaves. As soon as the words leave my mouth, the current thought is gone as well. I think you missed my message? What did you say, Hooded? Oh, I did miss it. You gotta read 64 one-minute long transcripts and choose which of the two summaries I generated are better. Wait, so you're creating the app to do that instead? Nani? How? How have brain to do such things? Uh-oh! I do not have a character for this. And now I'm in combat, so that's cool, I guess. Oh! Shit! Okay. I have 30 seconds, basically, to do this. I just need a party with a raid. Ah, there we go. Easy. Easy game, easy life. We're good. Genshin brain? Oh yeah, relatable actually. I don't want to read either. Oh, I want drops as well actually. I opened a stream earlier, but it's not a Twitch stream that I opened. I just realized that now. Hey! Spawn! Hello, beautiful! Thank you for the head pats and the onikiris. How are you doing? I couldn't watch your stream this morning because I didn't have fucking electricity. I'm so pissed, man. Anyway, how was your stream? Let's see. Gama mama. There's actually lots of people streaming now. But I want to make sure that I open a Genshin one. Who is streaming Genshin right now? Roxy! Roxy streaming. Perfect. Open her stream. I just need to make sure that I'm supporting all the homies, as many homies as I can. Open the stream, make a lurkies. But I don't say anything because I'm just a lurker. This is lurky peepers. But yes, I need the Genshin drops too. But I don't get them just for streaming. I have to go and claim them myself. It's your birthday today? Nani? Oh my god, happy birthday! Shit, man, there's a lot of people having birthdays today. Happy birthday, beautiful person. Guys, if you do not already follow, please. The most chilled vibes. Okay, we did the one shout out. Can we do the other shout out as well? There we go. Oh, guys, please, at the top of the chat, there should be a shouty outy there for Spawn. She's a wonderful person, truly. Not only a light in my chat, but also when I go to her streams. It's the good vibes, man. Anyway, if the heart is not green at the top of the chat, please make sure it's green. It's my favorite color, and it would mean a lot to me if you guys made it green. Thank you. Alright, continuing on my way. Started work later today. Nice. So you Genshined a bit before work. And you're AR31 and a half. Very nice. Have you been enjoying it, Momo? Sorry, I missed some messages earlier. You made an app instead? You crazy, crazy individual. Your stream got cut because you didn't have it. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sounds about right though, Spawn, to be fair. I don't know who I can give the app to because the data is confidential. I'll have to give it to someone within the company. I hate the fact that you have to claim the gift first on Twitch before it starts working on the next one. Yes, it doesn't always do that. It depends on who, like who's running the promo, basically. Because I've had some where you could just, it would just count, it would go on to the next one. And I don't know if it's just something that they've changed. Because I know that used to do that, where it would just add up, like, all the hours. Like, say you needed 8 hours in total. It would just keep counting the hours. But yeah. Oh, Spawn, you cutie. I should be giving you head pats today. You can share a birthday with Joggin. And Panda, actually, who's the other stream I have open. Oh, wait, I saw a thingy down here. But where did I see it? And how long ago did I see it? There it is. I know I have extras of these, though. Because I picked up a lot. And these— oh! What are those? What are these? Snake? Dragon? They're very pretty. Are they food? Aw, they're food. Mysterious meat? Hello? New food? Mysterious meat? Oh? Whoa, 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 what? Wonder what it'll taste like. Oh my god. It looks pretty though. Would you guys eat the mysterious meat? Only friends? Only friends 69? Thank you. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Yoda! Thank you. Rich posted that one a little while ago, so I did already claim that one. I think that's the one that Rich posted. Yeah, that's the one he posted. And thank you for pinning it as well. Very smart. Very smart, my friend. I didn't think of doing that. I forgot about pins. I don't know if I should do Genshin or just sleep and give my back some rest. Maybe take a short rest, chill out for a bit, and then see how you feel. Although, if you're anything like me, I don't like naps, so, you know. I mean, I wouldn't have a nap. Oh, these seals are everywhere. I wonder if these ones are different or if they'll work. Can you whisper it? No whispering. No whispering in the chat. Please be good. Behave yourselves. Okay, hold on. I needed to switch. Switchy. Uh-oh. Oh, they just give normal meat? Damn it. Thank you for the onigiris. Yeah, Hooded, maybe, like, if you actually feel rested after a nap, maybe take a nap. If you think it'll help. But for me, naps don't help. Naps just make me feel worse. I hate napping. Because I always feel so garbungos after a nap. What are those? What are these? Where is this? Boy? Boya? Now it says up. Oh no, not this shit again. Nice. How weird to find Dendroculus just chilling in the wild again. Is that a friendly boy? There's a cave here. Are we getting distracted? We are getting distracted. Let's turn around. We'll come back to that. We will come back to that. And before I completely forget it exists, but you know, not the point. We will come back. Ooh. Hello there. Random cliff that I can go up for some reason. Alright, now I remember why I was doing all this. Mom's on the way! Fantastic. You said your mom's a doctor, right? Oh wait, I already did that. I need this one, the crocodile head. Damn it. Oh, Yoda, you know only friends. Oh, there's boys here. Does anyone else also get those weird... Yes, Yoda. And you know what? The nice thing about that, Yoda, is that when your followers go down for some reason and you can't figure out why, you're like, oh, why would people unfollow me? In my mind, I just say to myself, oh yeah, it's those bots. They got reported and they got removed. That's why. That's why if your followers ever go down. Oh, I should not have done that, but it's okay. Oh. You're not supposed to kill them, Sucrose. But okay. Girly took it a little bit too far. And the other guy there just pretending he doesn't see me, does not perceive me. Hello. I just killed your friends. I don't know if you know that. Okay, he's dead. Okay, for whatever reason, Sucrose be popping off. Oh wait, is there a jumpies? No, it's only that one. Okay. Oh! I lied. There's one over here. We're good. Ah. Have you ever seen a rune god bend in an inappropriate way? Hmm? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you guys making the rune gods do? Uh-oh. Guys, I just want the tablet thingies. Ow, what the fuck? Oh, these guys are basically dead already. Cool. Sucrose does too much damage. The rune gods used to bend. Oh, really? No! Was exploring last night and ran into one. Couldn't believe. Very sus. I need to play on mobile now and go look. Oh my god. Has it always been like that? It's just something that they haven't fixed? Oh wait, I just saw one. Fuck. Oh man, I have to go around. Why am I like this? Oh, there's a waypoint here though. Who is bedding rune gods? Oh no. I think Nabil's having his own conversation there, I'm not gonna lie. He's on his own page in his own book. Hey Nabil. Don't mind me, birdie, I'm just doing my own thing here. Oh, but there's a chest here now. This is why I can't play like open world kinds of things, man. I've already forgotten what I was doing. What? Probably should have been closer to the other guy before I did that, but it's okay. What? Guy. Is that an EM sucrose? It's probably, yes. It's very likely. Yeah. EM girly! Let's go. I don't know why she's slapping so hard though, she needs to relax. You would want to draw the friendos at Genshin characters? Yeah? Like, would you draw us as the characters? Like, characters that already exist? Or would you draw us as new characters? And by us, I mean, like, me as well, because I am also friendo. As opposed to the all HP defense sucroses? What? Also, if I missed any messages, apologies. Y'all know my brain is no worky. OnlyFriends has a picture of Yoda baiting the rune gods. I kind of want to see that now. G-Max would be Pyro? Yeah? Is it because he's spicy? There's all that curry he eats? I don't know, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I would have pictured Yoda as a Hydro character. Because he's got a massive heart. He's a soft bean. And if anything, he would be a healer. Like, no doubt. Right? So Hydro healer. I know it's kind of cliche. Wow. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yoda. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nabil is the one who said it though, so, you know. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, just the rune god, no G-Max? Oh man. You would also be pyro hooded. No, I'm joking. I have to think about this one. I'm thinking... Electro for hooded. Because there's two sides to it. There's two sides to Electro. There's the, like, control characters. Who else is control? Control characters in Electro. And then there's the Chaos characters. Chaos? I don't know. I think he's maybe an outlier. But Chaos. And by Chaos, I mean like they're spicy bitches. Chaos. Right? Does that make sense? So it's either Control or it's Chaos. That's the two sides of Electro to me. Electro is Dommy Mommies all the way. And Cyno. Oh yeah, I forgot about Cyno. Cyno is also that side of Control though. Sejo? I need to think about it in terms of the characters that I'm familiar with, like in Genshin. And I don't want to class anyone as Animo because it's a very well-known fact that a lot of the Animo characters have experienced great loss in their lives. And I don't ever want to... Oh, I got a drop. Thank you. That was from Roxy. Yeah, I don't want to attribute that one to anyone. Sejo. This one's kind of tough. It's between two. I'm leaning more to one than the other. But it's... So I'll tell you now why it's conflicting. And it's because they're conflicting elements. Which is what's making it so difficult for me to decide. So, two sides, two Sejo. It would be Cryo or Pyro. They could not be more in conflict, these two elements. So, Cryo, because Cryo characters, for the most part, if we think about the Cryo characters, there's a lot of supports. There's a lot of, like, very quiet, thoughtful characters in the Cryo department. We're gonna ignore Kaya because he's a little shit. He's a little gremlin. But, like, if you look at Chongyun, Chi-Chi, even Rosaria, right? She's kind of in the background. Woman of the night and all. Diona, okay, she's a bit loud. But she is also a bit on the quieter side. Even our main girly. Think about Ganyu as well. So, Cryo or Pyro. Pyro because, you know, that fire burning. All of the Pyro characters. So I think Sejo's got that, like, duality of the calm quiet, but also the raging fire and excitement of the Pyro characters. So Sejo, I don't know if you're happy with that assessment, but that's why I was sitting here for so long trying to pick between them, because I was like, I don't know which one stands out more for me. Either Cryo or Pyro. I don't have a sweet answer like Nintendo. Pyro because of Pokemon. I do agree with Geo for Nabil though. Very similar vibes to Zhongli. Nat is Dendro 100%. Have you guys seen the art that I have of my VTuber? Where would it be? Is it under... Did I put it under Tato art? I think I did. Oh, I actually have new art I need to put there. And I need to put the full resolution picture on the Discord, but let me just show you. Cha-chang! That's me as a Genshin Impact character. I have my little Tanuki friends. I'm a Catalyst user. I'm a Dendro character from Inazuma. There's my floofy tail. I have a floofy tail. And my widow ears. And my leaf. This is Kayla. She drew this. And I love it. But I need to upload, I need to put a proper resolution one on the Discord. I just realized now. But yes, we worked very closely for very long to figure this one out. Quite happy with it. So yeah, that would be me as the Genshin Impact character. Y'all make me want to draw the homies as Genshin peeps now. Did you like the assessment? Because you thought it, okay, you agree with the assessment? Perfect, I'm so glad. You would be Pyro Rich. My favorite color is red. I'm a Leo and a stubborn bitch. It does make sense. But if I could for a moment be in opposition with you, Rich, I think that... Okay, I love you, but shush. Let's go back to your son. He doesn't make as much noise. For Rich, I would say Hydro. Because if you look at all of the characters in Hydro, they're a very proud bunch. Let's see. They're all very proud. They're very talented as well. Either they have some kind of skill, or they're just very good at what they do. Like murder. Or write. Sing. Reads the stars, question mark. Oh wait, it's not showing. Where's Genshin? Eh? Sorry, let's do that again. Hydro, because they are very proud bunch. Okay, we go back. I know, sorry Yoda. Murderer, very good at what he does. Reads the stars, question mark, very good at what she does. Aidoru, she's a singer, she's very good at what she does. Xingqiu, writer, very good at what he does. He's just hot. There's nothing, we can't say anything about him. He's just hot. I don't know if he has a talent. Thank you for the onigiri. And Kokomi-chan, great leader. Everyone is great at what they do. Very talented individuals. I don't know if you guys know this. What I know about Rich, plays music, and you can sing, right? Tell me Rich doesn't suit Hydro. I understand your reasoning for it, Rich, but I'm looking at, like, from the Genshin world. Hydro makes sense for you. So it's not just about the music. It's not just about the music, Yoda, because I could say that. I could be like, oh yeah, this is a musician, this is Rich. But it's not about that. It's about the element, what the general group is like. So like I said, for Hydro characters, they're very proud. There's that Leo coming through. And I think generally quite stubborn as well. Even someone as soft as Barbara, she can stand up for herself. So that's why I say Hydro. Very proud, very talented. You know, that's why I would pick Hydro for Rich. Are you a 4-star or 5-star? We're all 5 stars here. Yoda, what a question to ask. Tatalia is the murder. He is. He's good at what he does. Highly feared on the battlefield. You know. You trained in opera? Damn. Okay, I feel like I knew that and I forgot. Hydro is for the hotties. Are you hot, Rich? He lives in Africa. Of course he is. We're all hot here. No, I'm joking. Rich, you don't have confidence? You gotta be confident, man. Be confident like our boy. This one. How can you not know the answer to that question? Please be serious for a second. Does anyone else want to be assigned an element? I'm gonna do Mao as well. Because he said he did a test and he was given Electro. I don't know if I agree with that assessment. I'm from India. Oh, well, excuse me, hooded. No, I'm joking. We're hot over here too, but I don't think the rest of the world would agree. What the f- Someone ban him. Someone ban him for slander. Ban! Immediate ban! Why is no one banning him? There we go. Thank you, Yoda. Wait! Why did you get banned? Wait, what? Yoda? What? How did you get banned? Why did you get banned? Yoda, you banned yourself? You get banned for laughing at what he said because it's like you were agreeing. Oh, that's fantastic. Fuck Dream Elements. Oh man, I want to see. What is the command? Is it studio? Oh my god, guys, it's Andy's. It's Andy's. It's Andy's studio today. No one tell him. No one tell him that it's his studio today. Okay, we were looking at Mao. Guys, I don't agree with Electro though. Because does that mean you're immune to ban? I mean, you shouldn't be. Yoda got that reverse Uno. He did. Well and truly. He got that reverse Uno. Oh my god. You shouldn't be immune to ban. No one is immune to ban. So I said before that Electro is very much like Control and Chaos, where they're controlling chaos. And while Mao can have that chaoticness sometimes, he is a gremlin after all. I just don't know. I don't think you fall under Electro. I've kind of made my decision, but I'm just trying to think a little bit. Just about the character selection, the characters that we know within that element. Sorry for the vape sounds. Mao, I don't know if you're gonna like this or not. I don't know how you're gonna feel on the matter. But I wanna say Geo. I wanna say Geo. We already know that you are protective, right? And one of the main features of Geo is that it does not interact with the other elements in a way that they interact with each other. Instead, it crystallizes, it forms a shield. So, not only that support in protecting others, but also it's sturdy, it's strong, right? Because a lot of the Geo characters, they form something. A shield, a pillar. Okay, he just has a cow. but you get what I'm saying. The geo structures. It's strength, it's support, it's protection. For a very large part, there's two main characters who are built solely on defense. That is their main stat. I'm not too familiar with all of them. Obviously, I know these three girlies really well, but the other ones not so much. But like, yeah, that's just geo as the element. It's strength, it's protection, it's support, it's steadfast, it's resilient. And that's Mao. What? Who's getting banned? What's happening now? Mao is banned forever. No! It might have done that because of the characters. Yeah, I know we've definitely banned him before though. Chotto mate. Where? Why was I banned? Even me. He is immune. Oh my god. Get out of here. What is? That's very funny. Mao Geo, but in the good ways. Chill, Zhongli, strong Ito, loyal dog. Oi! You calling my mama a dog? Fuck, mama. Okay, the way you're saying it, it makes it sound better. Yeah, you see. I don't have a cow, but I am one. No! Stop it! Woo!
Bark, 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 bark.
You see? Oh no. Please, sir. Give me peace. I think I know why, but I'm not telling. Yeah? Because we've definitely banned you before, Hooded. Not in her own stream, right? God damn. I hope no other people with foreign names come here and try that shit. Try and get banned, because I can't actually ban them. That's mad shit, yo. War? Wait, but then it must have reset. Did you change your name or something? Look at this shit. Sucrose, please, go. Give the other characters a chance. Sucrose carry. Thank you for the onigiri, Nabil. Oh yeah, hold on, guys. I need to... Okay, don't look at me. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Are your eyes closed? Close your eyes. Were your eyes closed? Did you guys see anything? Huh? Huh? Did you see anything? No, because nothing happened. Thank you, Yoda. Wide open? Ban. Ban. Ban, ban, ban. I think I got banned for horny Al-Haitam comments and I stand by my words. That's fine, Rich. You're allowed to make those comments. I don't necessarily have to agree with them, but you know. Ooh, you got banned, bitch. You can open your eyes now. All the good beans close their eyes. What does that say about you, Hooded? Sucrose, relax, girly. Wow. Support for whom? Raiden is her support. Goddamn. Hi, Fozzie. How are you doing? I'm doing good though. How are you, Fozzie? Are you being a good rack? You need to drive home. Drive safe, Mau Mau. We'll chat to you when you're home. I don't know how long your drive is gonna be, but I'm ending in about an hour and a half-ish. Something like that. Whoop. Banned themselves 3 times and me twice, yeah. Why Hooded get banned left and right? I know Hooded is a good stuff. Yeah?
Bark 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 ARF ARF.
ARF, ARF? Yes.
よし
Them's is words. You just got home? Nice. Are you gonna take a break? Are you gonna get some rest first? Or are you just gonna... Are you gonna sit up straight? Sit up properly, Hooded, and play some Genshin? Or do we need to ban you? Again. Fozzie, why are you like this? Oh yeah, you were away with the boyfriend? That's very nice, Fozzie. I see that you said you had a great time. Or you're doing great because you got to spend time. Goodbye, Fozzie. But when you come back, tell me. Tell me all the safe for work things you guys did. Did you get up to anything fun? Did you play any games? Why are there no events today? You mean in Genshin? We've got exploration to do. We've got things to do. That's why. We don't have time for events. I'm sure the events will kick in soon, though. I just want to know where this motherfucker is. Can't believe Fozzie timed himself up. What a willy. God damn. Not Sucro's trying to take Wanderer's place, right, Sejo? I don't even have Wanderer, so someone has to take his place, you know? Someone's gotta fill that void that I have. You don't explore, Yoda? Us a belief, please? Say it ain't so. And my eyes are just actually not working, and it's actually just somewhere very easy to see. Let it be up on this wall. How's that? Oh wait, there it is. Oh my god, I'm gonna go cry now. Be right back. And that's the one I needed. It's the crocodile one. You're too lazy? Ah! You guys wound me. Listen, Hundies. Wait. Hundies. Han. Doodly. Doos. Hundiddly doos. More hundiddly doos. And never want to come back here again doos. Right? I only just finished Sumeru, like this part, the other day. You have exactly one area at 100%. Oh, you guys. If Genshin doesn't update it by today, I'm gonna explode. Wait, what do you mean? Why wouldn't it update? If someone was like, let's explore. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, join your worlds and hold your hands and make sure you go complete everything. Is that what you're saying? Southeast area of Mondstadt? Wait, why southeast? Is there something special there? Is it the Galesong Hill? Does that count as southeast? Oh wait, that's what I wanted to do. You haven't 100%ed anything, Sejo? Oh. Do I need to hold your hand as well? Does someone need me to hold their hands so we can go explore together? keep getting some network error and fail to unzip. No! You maybe need to do a clean... Ooh, hello. A clean reinstall. Look at that beefy arm. Hello? Hello? Genshin updates? Does anyone want some beef? This is Ito's beef. The harbor? Mondstadt's gonna get a harbor? Oh, that's exciting. The update doesn't even begin. I wanna say that you should probably just, like, if you can, do a clean reinstall. If it's being a fussy bitch, that's normally the best thing to do. As a person who doesn't know much about software, almost always clean reinstall helps a lot. I say almost always because, like, what the fuck do I know, right? I know there was one down here somewhere. Ah! There's my little Dorito chip. And then there's one around the corner, right? Eh? Oh! Hi, guy! Are your friends gonna wake up as well, or just you?
超拡散形態吸引テスト開始6308式ユニット吸引テスト開始見切りました
Eh? And this guy? Well, I'm back! Welcome back, Fozzie! You're lucky I remembered to time out for the right amount of time, because the last time I had to time someone out, I accidentally left them for the full 10 minutes. It's like 70 gigs. Oof, okay. Fair. In the Mondstadt story, they talk about their harbor and trade port. Ah, it just doesn't exist. I see. Who was it? I think it was Guria. Guria was talking smack about Bulbasaur and I was like, absolutely fucking not. Not in my chat. You can go talk Bulbasaur smack somewhere else where they accept liars. It was? That makes sense then, yeah. Do not come here with your Bulbasaur slander. Depending on who you are. Like, if it's a total stranger, ban. Goodbye. I always talk about how my chat is a garden. Right? And, when you have a garden, you maintain it. You take care of it. You make sure there's no weeds. You plant seeds for nice flowers. Sarah, can you... Between Sarah, the supports in this comp don't know how to support. Uh-oh. Yeah, anyway. My garden is full of pretty flowers only. Ah, Pocahontas! Chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, hey, hey! Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. How was your stream? I want to say that you were playing Genshin. But let me do the shouty outy first. Pocahontas, because I couldn't say your name earlier. You were playing Genshin. What did you get up to today? And let's do the other shouty outy as well. Is Yoda gonna shout at me? Oh wait, Yoda did it already. Guys, you know the drill. There's a heart at the top of the chat. Oh my god, Jinxie, thank you. Thank you for all of that. That's beautiful. You know the drill. At the top of the chat, there is a heart there. If it is not already green, make it green. Please and thank you. I know that Pocahontas plays a lot of Genshin Impact. Not too sure about other games. Might play Pew Pews, I think. Them Pew Pews. Jinxie, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you were farming? You were farming for your boy that you had to fight really hard to get? Oh, I'm still a little bit heartbroken for you, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard from 3 different people now that he takes forever. I don't know, people are just having really bad luck with him coming home. Also, it's Virus King, yo! Hello. And yeah, welcome to all the peoples who came through on the raid. Thank you for joining. I hope you had a great time with Pocahontas. We're currently doing the new stuff in Genshin. Toto got him in 30 pulls. Maybe I should do 30 pulls. Maybe I'll get him as well. We stan our ZA Genshin homies. Exactly, Rich. Exactly. And I keep finding more all the time. It's wonderful. Look at this beefcake. This is the body shape that Ito should have. Am I right? Of course I'm right. Whoa! This guy's spicy. You two get along so well. Like an older brother. Oh, that's nice. What? Hello? Hey. She treats me like her brother, and we'd get along better still if she didn't like hanging out with the ladies more. Gay? Gay? This is gay as fuck. What is he saying? My response is, oh? Thank you, Yoda, for the onigiri. Also, I don't know if Twitch is broken or something, but it said that someone subbed on the top of the banner, but I couldn't see who it was. So whoever subbed, thank you. I can't see who it was, but maybe it'll come through a bit later. Sorry about that. There is an Asian TikTok chef guy who has a body like this. I need this cosplay immediately. Oh my goodness. Oh, Virus King, it was you. Thank you. You had to complete the goal. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You don't like uneven numbers? Oh man, I'm sorry. But thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to everyone for today, actually. It was a team effort. I appreciate you guys. He has cake for days, and that's before he starts cooking. Rich is a very thirsty individual. Bless him. But should this not be Ito's body, Rich? Should he not have this body? Anyway, this is the gayest dialogue I've seen in the game. And I feel like there's been a lot, but this has to be the gayest one. I don't know if it's just me. Even Paimon's like, It's okay, Jet. It's okay if you like the ladies. You appreciate the blessings on your timeline. You, in very strong words, share your thoughts with the world, Rich. I appreciate the words. It's okay, homie. It's not a judgment, it's just an observation. You gotta go? You have 4... Oh no, you have... Oh man, Virus King, sorry to hear that. 4 hours of load shedding at 4. Truly one of the cuckest times to have load shedding. Sorry to hear that, homie. I hope that when the power goes out, that it comes back early. At the very least, it must come back on time. Alright, but sorry to hear about your load shedding. We're all in the same boat. We're all kind of just struggling along. But yes, have a wonderful evening. It's a cuck slot. Truly, anything after 4 o'clock is bullshit. Because it's like, when am I supposed to have dinner? When am I supposed to relax and unwind? And then just go to bed. just fuck it, just whatever, go to bed early, because what are you supposed to do? But yes, go do your things, go do your things. Thank you so much for coming through on the raid and chilling with us for a bit, and also the subby. These are not my strong words, I'm being polite. This is you holding back, Rich. Good. Oh, okay, well, just like Paimon's response, I don't like it, it makes me question things. No need to question, Yoda. No need to question. Just to accept things. Just... things are as they are, as they should be. Don't worry about questioning. There's an expression, "by panic," and I'm like, well, there's no need to panic. There's no need to have by panic. Just take the panic out, right? Then you're fine. Then you can just, yeah. You know? You guys picking up what I'm putting down? No need to panic. No need to panic. No panic. No question. Just roll with it. It's okay. A child. Oh my god, and this thing on his arm just makes me think of Zhongli. Give me peace, man. Why couldn't they give Ito a body like this? Surely he deserves it. Oh, mother of the Jin? Eternal Aces? Oh. By panic, embrace it. See, but you don't need to have the panic part. Just leave the panic part out. Yeah? Then we're all good, man. We're in 3.4 now, right? Question mark? Yes? Yoda, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never know which patch we're in. I just play it and enjoy it. Okay, guys, close your eyes for a second. You're not seeing anything. Y'all aren't seeing nothing. I'm just saying. Y'all didn't see nothing. I have no idea which patch we're in, Yoda. I never fucking know. You just go unlabeled? I mean, that helps as well, definitely. As a full-time gay. A full-time gay. As opposed to some people who are just part-time gays. Can I describe myself as a part-time gay? Made you question your gayness? Yeah. I mean, fair. That's also fair. But at the same time, no need to panic. No need to panic. I love the full-time gay, but the part-time gay thing works too, right? Oh, God. I'm not crying, you're crying. Breaking the seal? Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about this seal? Okay. It says full-time gay in my bio and people laugh at that all the time. It's good though, Rich. It's good. You're gonna call T on that. Oh, man. It's just like such a good way to say it though. Oh my god. What is this thing? Activate the device. I was not listening. Hmm? Interesting. Aha! You gonna troll and fix your game? Alright. Best of luck, Hooded. I hope it goes well. Part-time gay is like when you're like, my shift is off, bye y'all queens, and then, hello, I'm here to bring your daughter home. Yeah, thanks for the bands. Oh, it worked! What the heck? It's working again. Oh, that's great. I don't know why it's suddenly working out. Also, why is my Discord beeping? What's happening? Oh, got messages. Let's go deep in the temple. God damn, Kokomi talks a lot. Was it Mao? Mao fixed the ban on Hooded. Oh. Ooh, puzzle time. Alrighties, let's see. Let's see what's cracking. Oh! Okay. So basically what's happening is we're just removing all the sand on it. Do I actually have to touch it? Because the other ones are still... I'm so confused.
Dee dee da dee dee doo doo dee da dee dee doo dilly doo. Who did you literally just said goodbye? You're still here. There's 3 other devices. Oh. Why is Paimon being so mean to this guy? Let me do my thing, okay. Okay, okay, Hooded. I wonder if he has a nipple under that strap. Or if he's like, if he's like Sino and it just got sandblasted off from the desert. Is that how that works? I don't know. But these people do have an interesting lack of nipples. Can I turn this thing? No. Nor. No worries, Yuda. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Tiff. I hope you're having a great day. I hope the load shedding is kind to you. I hope the weather is good. Oh shit.
見切りました。翼よ。安全距離確認。
Why has this guy not got any?
6308ユニット。
And we got pop.
無我の境地。
Woo!
時の雷。
Not bad. Not bad. She has a very scuffed build on her at the moment. I'm still in the process of building her, but I've had fuck all luck. Let me tell you guys, it's actually been a little bit sad. My farming for her. This heat can go back to Mordor. It was kind of a little bit less hot this morning. I'm not too sure about your side, but definitely my side. It was a lot more like cool, not cold obviously, but like cooler weather. I don't know. Is there something else? These all have sand piles, but I don't see anything to remove the sand pile. Last time to remove it, we just used the machine. But these boys ain't doing shit. Frodo gonna get confused on where to go soon. Oh man. I feel like today is a lot better though. Maybe I'm missing something. Besides my brain cell. My poor friend who's just got engaged to a British lady. They're here for the next 2 to 3 weeks. She's never experienced South African summer and isn't doing well. Oh, yeah, actually, because of the heat wave, but also just in general, it would be a bit warm. Oh, right, I don't click on it. I just attack it. Oh, what an idiot. Lol. What a chop. Imagine reading the instructions, guys. There we go. There we go, we're good. Yeah, so it's hot enough in South Africa during the summer. Even more so when we're in the middle of a fucking heat wave, right? Oh? Whoops! God damn, Sucrose. Actually, no chill, this one. Huh, that's quite interesting. Just a little door. Whoa! Sarah! Goddamn girl! My supports don't know what it means to support. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting my Sarah's actually got a really nice bow on her as well. Whoops! That might be why she do Big Slapper. It might be a contributing factor, I don't know. Call me crazy. What is this boy for? No, thank you. I ain't reading shit. Where is my little Dorito chip, though? Lol.
見切りました6308式ユニット
Ow, Sucrose. Girl, please. Oh? Ah. Was there something this side? I didn't even go look. No! What is this? Clearance bullshit. Oh. What is this? Oh! Uh-oh! You got Yao Yao! Let's go! Dendro Nation! Do you know if her cons are good? Because I haven't actually looked. I mean, not that I can get them anyway, but you know, not the point. Whoa! That's a big old birdie up there. Can I shoot it? Oh, it's a very big birdie. What the fuck are those? That's an actual enemy? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's really cool. Look at this guy. Look at this pal. This friend. He is friend shaped.
7号式モジュールここより弱滅の時見切りました
Get him, Sarah.
三日ずつに捧ぐ大戦
Oh. That's a chocobo? Not anymore. That's a dedabo. Sorry, birdie. And you? You fuck? Oh my god. Look at this asshole.
吸引テスト開始6308式ユニット逃げ道はありませんだ
That was a very fucking cool enemy though. God damn. I think a few of her cons are good. C6 for healing. Oh! I'm gonna have to wait for that, but it's okay. Good things are worth waiting for, right? I waited 2 years for her and Baiju, so it's okay. I can wait a little bit longer. Oh, that just opened the door. They're not make or break. I think she's kind of fine as is. Yeah, I'll have to like look at it properly at some point. This point is not that point, but you know. This is where we came from. I want to know what's down here though. But I'm also curious about that door that I opened. Wait, let me go look at that first. I can fall down the hole whenever. Because yeah, at the moment for my healer, I'm running an aggravate comp, but I have Cookie as healer because I don't have anyone else that I can use. Because all the other healers, well, I guess I could use Diona, but like the other healers will either not add to the current comp. Or they could possibly take away, like using Kokomi, for example. takes away from the aggravates. But having a Yao Yao could be fun. I can't justify rolling for a 4-star. I got lucky with my first Yao Yao, but Shinha's priority. No, I should not have done that, but it's okay. Oh, I thought I bursted. Never mind. Using Jean. Ah, it's her or Venti, and the Dendrocomp needs a healer. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think Jean's pretty good for that. One of the teams that I do have for Aggravate has got Sucrose in it. I just don't remember which one it was. Oh, I think I changed it. I think she was in this team and I switched it out to Raiden recently. Because I got Raiden's weapon, so I was like, I might as well use her! Whoa, okay. Raiden's once again not able to attack. And this guy with his shield. He said no. If I had Kazuha, I'd use Kazuha, but as everybody knows, I do not have him yet. Ooh, what's down here? I got very distracted. I'm now wondering if that other room was a dead end. Wait a second! Oh my god, disconnected. What the hell? Okay, I don't need to explore this place because I've already been here. My brain is broken. This just opened a door? Or a hole in the ground? Question mark? What? Where the hell am I? I'm so confused. It's fine. I don't think we need to go there. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna fall in this crack in the ground. Ah, hey little guy. Nothing else this side. Hiding. There's a lot of water down there. I don't see anything. Usually, if you can see something in the water, it's an indication that you have to go in there. But I don't see it. It's the birthday boy! The birthday boy is here. Hi, Joggin. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Your Asia account got cheat-cheat. Oh no! No ham-ham. I just dropped my headset. No ham-ham for you on Asia. And how about your NA? Did you roll yet on your other accounts? Uh-oh. Ow! Ow! Ooh! That was a tasty number. God damn. I'll take that. My scuff built Raiden.
ご安心を
Nice. And I got him in 40 or 50? Okay. And was he guaranteed or did you win a 50-50? Because I've actually been hearing really bad stories about people struggling to get him. No swipes required?
これ
Holy
が冒
shit.
険の楽しいところですね
You won the 50-50? Congrats. Because it's your birthday. Mihoyo was like, ah yes, let's be nice for a change. Where's your friend? Oh, Kokumi, why are you so noisy? Are you gonna go for his weapon as well? Because his weapon is gorgeous. It's the same as Tinari's bow. It's the same as... Oh! It's the same as Nahida's weapon. Oh, it's so pretty. This isn't close enough? God damn it. Imagine being an Archon and just crawling around this thing's crotch. You roll the remainder of your bank on it, but no luck? Ah, butts. Is it something that you want to go for? Because I don't think you always go for the weapons. Could be very wrong. You don't like the niche weapons as much. Is this weapon niche though? I haven't looked at it properly, so I'm not too sure.
7号式モジュール安全距離確認6308式見切りましたやって逃げ道はありませんそこ
Good for lots of people. Yeah. No, that definitely does make sense.
受け取りなさい私には無用の長物です ひゅっしっ 安全距離確認吸引テスト開始浄土を開放させ見切りました
It's pretty niche for him or EM Kiching. Maybe DPS Kazuha? Ah, okay, I see. Oh, there's his friend. Nice. It's pretty. It is. It's so pretty. You still kind of want it? Oh, man. Well, I mean, since the banner's just come out, you've got, what, the next 3 weeks? What is the other weapon on the banner, actually? I'm not sure. Oh, Primordial Jade Wing. Oh, my god. Not that weapon again. Again. I want the weapon. I don't have the ham to use the weapon, but I just want the weapon because it looks so pretty. I think it's something to do with, like, because you know Nahida's weapon is the same theme. Like the colors, the white, the gold, and the green. It just looks good. Maybe that's why I like Nahida's design so much as well. It's just a nice, clean combination of colors. Oh, you need to save for Homer? Definitely save for Homer. I think Homer, like you said, it has way more utility. Like 100% way more utility than his weapon. I wasn't even too sure what his weapon did, but Homer is stupid good on everyone.
逃げ道はありません翼よ安全距離確認吸引テスト開始
definitely getting him on NA side since I don't need the characters. Ah, yeah. AR-23. I have an abandoned baby 30-something NA account that I haven't gone back to in ages. Need to at some point. Oh yeah, we have a channel that's for the UIDs, so you can add people there.
よし
Still saving for Shenhe on EU? Hell yeah! Shenhe Club! I may have done a cheeky 10 pull and I got very lucky and the first thing I got was a little itty bitty yao yao and I was like, okay, I must stop there. I must stop because I need actually I wonder what my pity is. I'm not sure what my pity is. It's too spicy. It's too spicy to pull. Lily! Hello! Thank you for the onigiri! There she is. The first one. The itty bitty tibby. She is so cute. I get that like cute aggression. my pity is like nothing. My pity is now 11. When she puts her pollen away, she just tosses it into the air. She does? Wait a second.
よし
I've seen her like twirling it, but I don't know if I've seen her put it away. It's too heavy. Oh, she just throws it. She doesn't even throw it into the air. She just throws it away. She's like, fuck this shit. I'm done. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Time to go home. Travel safe, Grim Pixie. Have a wonderful, wonderful day further. I'm not sure about these. Oh, but when she's attacking, I see. Oh, she's so cute. I love her. So I've made the basket, the base of the basket. I've made this little pouch that hangs here. The like pouch part I need to still make the tassel for her. I've made one of the bells because she's got giant bells on her head. And I have the wig. And the hair clips. I made the hair clips as well. I just need to go find them. Tiny Cheeb with a long pole arm is amazing, right? It's crazy, because, like, I mean, she's Claymore, but it's shrunken down. But the pole arm looks, like, full-sized on her. It looks huge. That thing is well longer than she is. Poor baby. Still in a bit of disbelief that she's real, right? Was starting to think it was a fever dream that wasn't actually real. How you doing today, Lily? You haven't smashed into any granny's cars, right? You're never gonna escape that. You're the smasher now here. You're always gonna be known as the smasher. Smasher of Granny's car. You stayed in today? Yeah, we're doing good. We just chillin'. I was gonna say, please finish the sentence. Don't let it just be the smasher. No, you are the smasher now. My birthday present is that you didn't drive today. Oh my god. Yes. 100% yes. Oh?
There's still time left in the day. And Jargon's also a time traveler, which means that even if the day has ended for us, it hasn't ended for him. So you just woke up. Your day is just big. Lily, you just woke up. Is it not like 2 p.m. and you just woke up? What time did you go to sleep? You stayed awake until 8? Okay, well that's fair then. You went to bed at roughly the same time. Oh my god. Wildcat? Her nickname is Wildcat? That's a cute interaction, holy shit. Probably one of the best NPCs they added. How you been finding the new mapping location? Well, I've mostly just been doing like the quest here. Because just based on the last places in Sumeru, we always needed to like kind of like unlock certain like things. Oh wait, it's already gone. We needed to like unlock, you know, like the what was it called, like clearance or whatever. So you basically had to do story before you could progress through certain areas. So I was like, you know what, let me this time do this first and then see, you know. Wait, did I not move it? There we go. So yeah, I've just been trying to do the story. Doing a bit of exploration on the side when I walk past things and I'm like, oh, that's shiny. This looks exactly like another room that we've been in. That's weird. Oh, I need to go the other side first. Hi, Smurf! How you doing, homie?
6308式ユニットご助力を聖なる来光来戦
Sarah casually forgetting she's a support. We just got moved to stage 5. Just got a new CPU. Oh, nice! You gonna install it on the weekend? Very cool. I went and got the tower. Felt bad because I didn't finish R&R, so I still have that tiny bit of map obscured. Oh shit! Wait, the Lost Nursery part. You haven't... This one's still obscured? Or like the Vanarana one? Shit. Look at all those waypoints. Goddamn. Old... Oh, okay. I think... Because you have to do the story to unlock that, don't you?
like that area. Like otherwise Paimon's like, no, you can't go there. Doesn't give a reason. No, you can't go there. So very simply, you cannot go there. You may not. You've been lazy with it? Fair. Because it requires a lot of clicking. Woo! It's a lot though. I don't know how other people feel about it, but I feel like this entirety of Sumeru has just been like not in a bad way, but like it's been exhausting. There's been like a lot of dialogue.
無双の風シミュレートいや安全距離確認キュッおう
It's just been a lot. Even when it's like side quests and like world quests and shit, there's a lot of talking.
6308ユニット安全距離確認吸引テスト開始油断ならぬ戦況だ散れ逃げ道はありませんそこ立つセート
Thank you, Jargon. I didn't even see that message before it got yoinked. Oh. Don't mind if I do.
Take 私には無用な長物です来戦
I just noticed I also don't have that tiny part of the map. Oh no, Lily! You don't have... Whoa! Llama! Hi! Bow, 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 bow.
Hello, you wombat.
No, not the wombat! They poop cubes! Why am I wombats? But also, hello Llama, how are you doing? It's good to see you, friend. Thank you for 15 months sticking around and being a VIP. Very much appreciate. I'm doing good though, how are you? That's the concern? Did they poop cubes? Yeah, it's kind of weird, man. Because the whole world talks about it. Imagine you just literally minding your own business and everyone's like, hee hee, they poop cubes. And then everyone's talking about your poo? Hmm. Ah, what the fuck? Everyone's having a chat about your bowel movements? Nah, bro. It's not on, let me tell you. Oh god, not you guys. Ah. Best Genshin gamer in SA? Couldn't be me. Giraffes poop chocolate peanuts? Llama, please. What? There's foreigners in the chat. Don't be saying such things. We talk about poop enough as it is. I mean, truly. Do we not? Although, to be fair, the quotes lately have been on point and not at all about poop. But I don't know if that's about to change now. But whenever Hooded's in chat, they check the quote. They call it their quote of the day, and it's almost always been poop ones, but lately it's been something completely else. There was something about climbing in someone's hole, and I don't remember what the context of that one was, but it wasn't about poop. I can tell you that much. It was not about poop. Come to ZA, eat giraffe poop. I'm starting an export business. You're gonna start exporting giraffe poop. Bamboozle the foreigners. Be like, oh yeah, it's chocolate covered peanuts. Don't go outside? What do you mean? Who's going outside? You know I don't leave the house, Yoda. What are you talking about? It's hell? Oh, is it really hot? You know, I have basically no intention of leaving the house. Outside where the sun is parked? Nah, fam. I choose life. Exactly. I actually went for a swim yesterday when there was load shedding because we had fuck all else to do. And it was actually really nice. The pool was really hot. You know, on account of it being fucking hot the whole day.
吸引テスト開始6308式ユニット安全距離浄土を開口さし見切りましたご安心を
You just got back and had to take another shower? Damn. Yoda just casually telling us he was stinky. You wish you had a pool? I mean, pools are a lot of work. Mine is just in my complex. So thankfully I don't need to take care of it. Oh hey, what the fuck? We keep coming out of random places to this room, and I never know how we got there. Truly wild as fuck. What am I supposed to do? Exploding barrels. Sada! Can she even hit that from here? Oh, it's on top of the things. I was like, am I not seeing them? Hmm. Why is this so hard? Goddamn. Well, it wasn't hard, I was just aiming badly. Stinky Yoda, the most stinky. I wish I had a pool near me that I don't have to maintain. Yes. Imagine cleaning something, spending over 8k a year maintaining it, you only swim twice a year, right? It's Jargon's birthday today! Thank you for everyone wishing him. I haven't told anyone that it's your birthday today, Jargon. I don't know what they're talking about. Yoda, did you just throw me under the bus? What the fuck? Yoda? Oh my god. I can't believe you've done this. Why would you throw me under the bus, man? He would not have known it was me! Yoda! Bruh. This is actual betrayal. I can't believe you. Motherfucker. The sheer audacity. Have we spoiled the jargon? I don't know. How are we gonna spoil jargon?
Leave him in the sun for a few hours? Oh my god. No, I think he would die, especially if it was South African sun. He would simply perish. Let's not do that. Oh, that was a mistake, but it's fine. It's a happy accident. I'm basically sour milk, yeah. you would turn into cheese in the sun. Oh, that's a whole ass room. Wait, let me come back. I'm keeping your closed captions on because of the comedy. I'm surprised that they work because... Oh, this is too far. It's not gonna work. Because, like, the app keeps saying to me, oh, yeah, you need to turn on the things. And I'm like, well, I haven't turned it on today and it's working somehow, so... I'll take it. Small victory. Then you'd have to eat yourself. I mean, I don't know if you would have to. It's definitely an option you'd have. So yeah, that's completely up to you. The sheer audacity, translated as the shine in her work. I mean, does it not work? Ah. Resist cheese? Impossible. I mean, it's really not, but sure. Why not? Let's say it's impossible. I actually had cheese today. What is that? Oh. I've been clicking on those. I haven't been reading them, but I've been clicking on them. Whoa! But wait, there's more. And these guys? Oh! Maybe I'm just too slow with setting up. Distinct possibility. This coming from the Lord Jesus herself? Wait, who? That not me. I know Jesus. I don't eat a lot of cheese. Clicks are all that matter to my knock on the door. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior Jesus? Oh man. Where is this going? If anywhere. Oh! It's going here! Whoa! Jesus, that gave me a fright. Sorry guys. Did not mean to shout like that. Lily, you want cheese? We're gonna turn jargon into cheese. Apparently. Jargon flavored cheese. Oh man, feels bad. Cheeses that gave you a fright. Oh my goodness. You don't recommend? What flavors would be included? Would it be spicy or sweet. We were assigning visions earlier. But I should have been assigning cheese flavors to people, to be honest. Take a Tato pop quiz on what's my cheese flavor. Oh man. That's where I was, right? Yeah. Why has no one made Steers flavored crisps? What is Steers flavor though? Regret. Regret flavored cheese. So blue cheese. Mrs. Ball's fruit chutney. Mrs. Ball's flavored cheese? Is that what you're saying, Bubble? So what vision would I have? Listen, I don't need to put a lot of thought into this. Like, at all. For some people, I was a little bit conflicted on which element to choose. But I feel like it's an easy pick for you, Llama. So we spoke about some of the characteristics of some of the elements. And it would be Electro. So Electro has two characteristics that stand out for me really strongly. The first one is control. The other one is chaos. You would 100% be the chaos side of the Electro nation, no doubt. So your friends would include Yai Miko, the Bay, Lisa, possibly Dory as well. So that would definitely be... yours would definitely be Electro. Balls flavored cheese? Listen though. Chutney and cheese? Fucking... You guys are making me hungry right now. So... Also, I still am not too sure what Steer's flavor is, because I'm thinking like that sauce that they use on the burger, that barbecue sauce. Chaos. Chaos sounds tasty. You better watch your ass around Smurf then, Llama. Those are all your favorites? Fantastic. Fig jam and Philadelphia cream cheese. Okay, how about... What? There was a cheese that I had with fig jam and I can't remember what it was. Do you remember as a child? I wanna be a Simba Chippy! I do remember, Bubble. Also, guys, there are drops for Genshin, so make sure you're claiming them all. Yeah, so Llama... Diamond Llama, specifically, would be Electro, no doubt about it. Oh! There's all my drops so far. I've just been claiming them. While watching. What's your vision jargon? I have to go look at the character archive to think about it. If it's like IRL, it's bad. Why is it wind? You're not luring me back into this game, this beautiful game with these beautiful people. Look at this new beautiful person who was added to the game. Look at those sculpted abs. And or it's a print on his shirt that just makes it look sculpted, I don't know. Oh, no, there's bumps there, okay. Well, he listens to music. This is relatable. He's got a headset on. There's the cable. It goes to his badonkadonk where he houses the music player. It's actually legit. That's what he's doing. He's a Dendro character. Need I say more? He's got some green elements on his outfit, which, you know, if that's not a reason to pull for him, I don't know what would be. He's actually fun to play. I hate it. I am so annoyed by how fun he is to play. I was angry earlier because I was like, fuck. I must be strong. I must be strong too. Do you know why? I'm being strong for this girlie over here. We were watching one of the reasons to save for her. You were angry to have fun? Yes, because I cannot afford him. And there's two of the reasons why we need to save. In any way. Yes. This is next. I'm saving for her. I must resist. I did do a cheeky temple and I got Yao Yao, so I'm very happy about that. There's my girly, my baby. Ah! First character. First on a 10 pull. She came home. So I'm content. I'm happy. You would walk through fire to pull her? That's literally that is how it feels right now. I haven't pulled since Nahida. And I will not pull until Shenhe is released. Unless somehow Kazuha comes out first. In which case I'm gonna cave and get Kazuha. But Shenhe is... I have been waiting for her for a very long time, so I can't wait for her. You like him, but his personality is bleh, right? I don't... visual and personality, I'm not too interested, but his gameplay is fun. Fuck. It irritates me. That's why I was angry. Okay, Jargon's element. I have to think about it a lot because I draw on like the other characters, like the characters in that element, and if they would suit. It took me a long time. I think the one that took me the longest was probably Sejo, because I could not pick between Cryo and Pyro. I sat for a long time just like staring at all the characters. So I might have to just let me simmer in my brain juices for a moment and see. What is that? It's got a little lion on it! Was that his keys? I'm gonna cry. Thank you for the onigiri. I know you're not covering my UID. Thank you, Yoda. Much appreciated. You might be waiting a long time for the Shen. If the next patch is Dia, and a Mondstadt character. Listen, it's been over a year now that she hasn't had a banner. I'm gonna cry. Truly, I'm gonna cry. You're staying strong for Eula? Oh my gosh. I have not heard anything about Eula and Shenhe in a long ass time, so... Yeah, well, I guess we're in the same pain there, Aura. Sorry, guys. I'm still processing. I think I have my answer, though. I think I have my answer. You gonna swipe for Shen? Definitely. I would if I could. I would if I could. All I'm saying is future festival, Lantern Festival gives out 20 or so wishes that could be spent a bit sooner to see what pity is. Just looking out for you, homie. Wait, what are you trying to say, Bubble? What are you saying? Has the Lantern Festival begun? No, it hasn't. Not yet. It hasn't. Okay, but you have to hear me out on this. Your call is important to us. I have to think about it because sometimes I know immediately because I've already thought about the elements. Oh, I forgot about Yelan earlier. I gave someone who was adamant they were pyro, hydro. And when I explained it to them, they were like, yeah, that's fair. So when I give my explanation as to why the person is that element, that is simply why. There is no arguing. There is no going back. There is no changing the mind. I've only had one person, which was Sejo, where I was conflicted and I couldn't quite land on which one I wanted. But I think I know. I'll have to play this game again. Llama, do I need to tell you if Shenhe does come back? Do I need to tell you when? I'm saying if you go to pity, if you lose 50-50, then you're good for Shen. Listen! Bubble! No! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it. Because the problem with that thinking is if I win the 50-50, because I'm not currently guaranteed, right? If I win the 50-50 and I get little old ham over here, then what? What if I don't get my girly? Huh? I don't get Shenhe? And then that follows on, and I don't get Baiju? I will actually cry if I don't get him. I will actually cry. I will go to bed that night in tears if I do not get him. Baiju is, was, and ever will be the priority. Please be serious. Don't you tempt me. You evil, evil man. Goddamn. How many pulls guarantee a 5-star character? So it depends if you have the guarantee or not. So for you need to lurk? No worries, Smurf. Oh, you're gonna go walkies? Yeah, it's not a bad time to go walkies. Just make sure that the road, if you do walk on the road, make sure it's not too hot. Like if you put your hand down, make sure that it's not too hot. But yes, take care of yourself. I hope the sun doesn't beat down on you too hard. And make sure you have some water when you get back home, Smurf. Have a safe walkies. Have fun. I hope the pooper poops in the appropriate pooping places. If you are battle passing and daily welcome, you should get around 80 pulls. Why are you tempting me? I have 157 wishes. Oh, you've got it. Okay, that's perfect then. That's perfect. I have 158 wishes. Good for you being active and walking, Papa. You don't have that drive. Yeah, it's a bit of work. Do not tempt me. I need to save. I need Shenhe and I need Baiju. And if I don't get them, I will cry. That's the end of the story. In any case. The element for jargon that I've chosen is cryo. I spoke about cryo earlier when I was in conflict with Sejo. Oh, it's a kitty! You walking the kitty? Oh, bless. Enjoy. Jianjin? Yunjin? You need Yunjin? I don't know if that's the character you mean. Yunjin? This one? Oh, Ningguang! Oh no, Roxy! Hi! Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Roxy, you just made me look at the time and I realized I need to go as well. But welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming on through. My name is Nat Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I play a lot of Genshin Impact, as maybe Roxy would have told you. I play all kinds of things, but honestly, I love Genshin Impact. I love this game big time. How was your stream, Roxy? Did you have fun? Were you playing the updates? We come from the for the chicken wings? Uh-oh. We might have eaten them, Momo. Sorry. But yes, welcome, Raiders. Thank you all so much for coming through with Roxy. I hope you had a wonderful time in her stream. And I hope you'll have a wonderful time here as well. It growled over a bowl of wings. Oh shit, okay, Llama, we found the wings. Llama's got them. But before I finish today's stream, I'm just gonna finish off my vision distribution decision. I said cryo for jargon. I spoke about cryo earlier today, where I said, for the most part, besides Kaya, because he's a little gremlin, a lot of the characters in cryo are very quiet, thoughtful, protective, in a way. They are supporting characters, sleepy characters. But, and maybe some people don't think this, they are very strong characters. Cryo characters are some of the strongest in the game. But yeah, that's the, you also cry a lot. Oh my god. Jargon. Stop it! Stop! Anyway. So yes, that is my decision. Jargon would get a cryovision. That pun made you cryo a little? Oh my god. Ah! Hey, Monsi! Dedicated to the wing. Llamas have knives everywhere. Wait, what? Hot dog and polony. I mean, if you want it. If you want it, Momo. You can definitely have it. Didn't do the update yet. Was too distracted. But tried out Al Haitam and Yao Yao, which was amazing, right? Oh my god. I hate how much I love them. You accept the vision? Yeah! So far, everyone's been happy with their description of why I'm giving them a vision. Hi, Ella! Ella Bella. Oh shit, the birthday boy is here. Guys, did you know it's Jargon's birthday today? Please make sure to wish him. You didn't hear that from me. I don't know if I want to pull for Al Haitham and Yao Yao or wait for Hu Tao. Roxy, I don't know how to answer that. I'm going to be honest with you. Your update didn't finish? Oh, fuck. Giving out visions? I was giving out visions. We can continue. We can continue next time. If anyone wants a vision, we can chat about that. But yes. I might make a channel on the Discord and be like, here, this is my decision. This is the vision you guys would have. I hope you're doing well, Ella. It's good to see you. She is very cute. I wish I had her, Llama, but I don't. It would be an epic YouTube video. What, giving people their visions? I'm trying to touch, you're touching waypoints. Oh my, and listening in the background. Roxy, it's a very hard question. I don't know, because I desperately want Shenhe. I don't know when she's gonna be out. So, oh, I have a tab open to myself. Actually disgusting. That's actually disgusting. Anyway. I'm gonna run away now and not watch myself. That's cool. That's cool of me. Okay. Okay, guys, I do need to run though. Unfortunately, I kind of need to cut stream there. But I should be live tomorrow. I am gonna take you, and I know I've taken you here before, but I just love this person with my whole heart.
So we're gonna go there. But yes, everyone, please do take care of yourselves. Sorry I'm leaving just as I got raided, but I really do need to leave. Everyone, yeah, have a wonderful day further. I will see you all. Should be tomorrow. I'll let you guys know. There's the raid message. Thank you, Yoda. I just want to do a quick check. I risked my guaranteed scar to make sure I got Layla. Her design is one of my favorites. Right? She's stunning. She's beautiful. But I couldn't. Kulin, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I do have to run, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want to run. But I gotta. Take care, Lala. Alright, I'm gonna set up the raid and then we're gonna say our goodbyes. Bye Lily, bye Jargon, bye Roxy, bye Ella. Don't run and break your ankle. I'll be good, Ella. Bye Killeen, bye Diamond Llama, bye Hooded. Japanese tomorrow, perhaps, maybe, we'll see. Bye Lala. Sorry you got here late. I am ending a little bit sooner than I would like to. Bye Momo, bye Yoda. Who else is here? I think I said bye to everyone. If I missed you, shout now before we go. But otherwise, everyone, yes, please do take care of yourselves. Have a lovely day. I will see you tomorrow. Be good. Go stretch your legs, go eat something, go drink something. I need to go cook dinner. I need to go run to cook dinner. But yes. Bye.